Testing 1, 2, 3. This is an audio test. Audio test to the live stream. This is Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees meeting. Audio test. This is an audio test to the live stream.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dario, it is 4:29. All right, good afternoon, everyone. It is 4:30. Dario, we good? Today is Wednesday, May 22nd, 2024. This is the regularly scheduled Board of Trustees meeting of the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees. My name is Vivian Malaulu. I am your board president, and I am calling this meeting to order at 4:30 p.m. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Virginia Baxter.
Here.
Herlinda Chico. Vivian Malaulu.
Here.
Uduakcho Entuk. Sunny Zia.
Here.
Item 1.3, do we have any public comments on closed session items?
No requests received.
We have item 1.4, item 1.5, item 1.6, and 1.7, which will be adjourning into closed session for the benefit of the public. I do have to read a few statements. Item 1.4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of section 54956.9. Item 1.5, personnel pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, public employee employment performance evaluation, discipline, dismissal, release. Item 1.6, conference with real property negotiators, Government Code Section 54956.8, property 5077 East Lou Davis Street, Long Beach, California. Agency negotiators, Robert Raposa, Interim Associate Vice President, Administrative and Business Services, and Constance Schwint of Atkinson, Anderson, Loya, Rudd, and Romo. District Legal Counsel, buyer, negotiating party, GTE California, Inc. 3, PTS and Frontier Communications, seller. Under negotiation, instructions to negotiators will concern price and terms of payment for the acquisition of identified property. Item 1.7, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of code 54956.9, Romali versus Long Beach Community College District, number 522000419. At this time, we will adjourn into closed session. It is 4:32 p.m. Testing, there we are. All right, Dario, it is 5:30.
Thank you.
Dario, on your mark. Good afternoon, everyone. It is 5:30. We are reconvening from closed session to open session. At this time, I will call the meeting to order. This is the regularly scheduled meeting of the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees. Today is Wednesday, May 22nd, 5:30 p.m. My name is Vivian Malaulu. I am your board president. Madam Secretary, at this time, I have asked for one of our district employees to lead us in the flag salute. And the reason why I'm doing that is because he'll be retiring at the end of next month, and I have a schedule conflict, so I won't be here for the June meeting. So I'd like to have Jerome, if he could please come on out. He has graciously agreed to lead us in the flag salute. So even though it's not his last board meeting, it is my last board meeting with him. So Jerome, if you could please come on out and join us. Yay.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Jerome. For those of you who do not know, Jerome is the very, very talented eye behind the camera. All the cameras, every district camera and all the events, that's Jerome and his wonderful team. So thank you, Jerome. We're going to go to item 2.3. It's our land acknowledgement. Long Beach City College acknowledges our presence on the traditional ancestral land of the Gabrielina Tongva peoples. This land remains unceded territory. We acknowledge the painful history of genocide and forced removal from this territory. Long Beach City College honors and respects the Gabrielino Tongva ancestors and their connection to this land. Item 2.4, Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Virginia Baxter,
Here,
Herlinda Chico, Vivian Malaulu,
Aye. Excuse me, here.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Here.
Sunny Zia,
here,
Student Trustee Mineta.
Here. Thank you. Apologies for that. I thought we were voting on roll call vote. Item 2.5 is report out on closed session item. I do have one item to report out on. It is item 1.5. The board met to discuss agenda item 1.5. Action was taken, to which 4 trustees voted affirmatively to approve a settlement agreement with 1 trustee absent. Item 2.6, public comments on agenda items. There are a total of 3 minutes, which will be allotted to each speaker with a maximum of 20 minutes per subject. Madam Secretary has provided multiple requests, and hopefully I'm going to call out a couple of names at a time. If you could line up and be ready to go so we can get through and everyone has the equal amount of time. The first speaker on item, it says agenda item 2, so I'm thinking it might be 3.2. It might be 3.2. Jordan Week, and if I mispronounce your name, I apologize. Not present yet, okay. Adam Fakin? Not present yet. How about Ken Schlesinger? Come on up. After that will be Mendel Rosenblum. After that will be Anna Saluski. And after that, David Alpern. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Ken Schlesinger, and I'm proudly 64 years old. I've lived in Long Beach since I was 3, which is roughly 95% of my life. All of my education from kindergarten to bachelor's degree have been achieved in zip codes 90803, 90808, and 90815. Most importantly, I'm a first-generation American Jew, proudly, and the child of 2 Holocaust survivors. The history of the Jewish people in the United States is short compared to many world cultures. History cites that there was 1 Jew on the Mayflower in 1620, which would equate to Jews being in America for about 404 years. However, the more conservative view says that in 1654, the first group of Jews came as refugees from Recife, Brazil, to New Amsterdam, which later became New York City. Over the years, German, Sephardic, and Ashkenazi Jews continued to arrive to New York, playing an important role in the city's history and cultural life. Since that time, American Jews have played a significant role in this great nation's history in many ways, including politics, medicine, law, the arts, education, science, industry, business, sports, and agriculture, just to name a few. One could say that in any industry in this country from 1654 through today, chances are you'll find that American Jews have contributed to the growth and development of that industry. Jews have been in Los Angeles since 1841 and in Long Beach since 1894. 2 weeks ago, Temple Israel, the city's oldest synagogue, celebrated its 100th anniversary when Long Beach had 125 Jewish residents. A 2022 study by Brandeis University estimates the current population to be at roughly 36,000, who come from a wide variety of cultures, ethnicities, and socioeconomic backgrounds. I personally am proud to serve on the board of directors of Jewish Long Beach, which has a rich 75-year history of being of service to the Jewish and non-Jewish communities alike. The resolution on tonight's agenda recognizing May as Jewish American Heritage Month comes at a significantly challenging time for American Jews and those living around the world. We are living in unimaginable times. Certainly, the extreme challenges that American Jewish college students, faculty, and staff across the country confront daily is beyond being unacceptable. No American, Jewish or otherwise, should be harassed or denied the ability to learn, teach, or to do their job freely and effectively. Now, having said that, it is with the sincerest of appreciation to all of you on this board, the members of the Long Beach Community College District, for taking the right action by supporting the Jewish community and recognizing May as Jewish American Heritage Month.
Thank you very much.
God bless America, and Am Yisrael Chai.
Thank you. Now, just to double check, I just want to make sure I have the next person. Are you Ken? I'm Ken. Oh, that was Ken. I'm sorry. Mendel? Welcome.
Hi, my name is Mendel Rosenblum. I'm an educator here in Long Beach. Thank you, trustees. Shout out to Jerome. Very special. That was a meaningful moment. The agenda we're discussing here is the idea of Jewish American Heritage Month, the month of May, and we know that Jews came to America as a place where they could finally live freely. They could live without being persecuted. Jews in Europe and throughout the world were constantly faced with threats of annihilation, destruction, persecution, merely for being Jewish, and they knew that in America, it was the one land where they would be safe, the one place where they would not be targeted for their Jewishness. In fact, I actually read an anecdote recently, which some of you may appreciate. Apparently, the first Jewish synagogue was built in Newport, Rhode Island. And when the British, actually, it's quite a famous battle, the British took over Newport, Rhode Island during the Battle of Independence, the War of Independence. And they actually razed the entire city to the ground, except for the synagogue, because when they opened up the synagogue, they saw that in the ark there was a Torah, and the Torah had a crown. And they assumed that the crown was there to, for the king, as a sign of their patriotism and that they were royalists. So they preserved the synagogue, in a sense showing that in America, the very thing that used to be the thing they were persecuted for is in fact what kept them going. And that was the truth. Obviously, there were hiccups in the road for all, many kinds of people. Obviously, the American dream wasn't always, instantly fulfilled for everybody. There's obviously moments of hardship. But overall, Jews knew that in America they would find a safe haven, a place where they could live freely and proudly as Jews. Unfortunately, in recent times, to our shock and our horror, we've noticed, you just have to look through the numbers, and also here in Long Beach, and I've experienced it myself, there has been a tremendous uptick in anti-Semitism, especially connected to the Hamas terror attack in Israel and Israel's response thereon after. I just heard a story today, this is a true story I heard from a friend of mine who has a student in school here in Long Beach, 8-year-old daughter, and she said that she was told by her friend that the Jews are murderers. This happened in a public school here in Long Beach. The idea being that the horror of the recent times has allowed certain elements of society that have not given up on their hatred towards Jews, even in America, to rear their ugly face. And it is very important for us as a city and us as a community of all people, all types, to come together and say that hate and intolerance has no place whatsoever. And that's why it is very important to come together, especially during these trying times, and to proclaim proudly that as Jews, we are proud of who we are not ashamed. We stand strongly with our brothers and sisters in the land of Israel. We stand strongly with all the tenets of our belief. We are proud about it. We're not going to hide it. And while at the same time, we ask that people around the community join us in this effort to unite and to come together with what unites us, and to not let anything that is negative or hateful to take up any time or space in our daily lives. That is my wish for the city, my wish for this country, and my wish for this world, a world filled with peace. As we finish off every single day that, Jews pray 3 times a day, every single prayer end off the same thing. May God, who grants peace, grant us peace in our lifetime for the entire world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna Saluski. After Anna will be David Alpern.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Anna Saluski. I am a mom of 2. I have 2 daughters in Long Beach Unified School District. I'm an attorney and I have a business here in Long Beach. And I'm a member of both Temple Israel as well as a board member for Jewish Long Beach. And I just would like to express my sincere gratitude with the board's support of this resolution for Jewish American Heritage Month. My father fought in World War II to protect the rights of Jews, to protect our freedoms and liberties, the liberties that I enjoy today in this country, and the liberties that I want my children to enjoy in the future. What you are doing here tonight sends a message that it is important that we all are treated with dignity and respect. And I feel very lucky to be a part of such a diverse community here in Long Beach, where we can embrace not only our similarities, but our differences as well. So thank you very much for supporting this resolution. And one of the phrases that we use in our community is tikkun olam, repair the world, and that is something that I hope we can all embrace moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. David Alpern. After David will be Matthew Simmons. And forgive me if I'm mispronouncing any names.
Hello, everybody. My name is David Alpern. I'm the father of a former Long Beach City College student and probably the father of an upcoming Long Beach City College student who's currently locally in high school. I'm basically standing here to express gratitude. I want to thank you for agendizing the resolution recognizing Jewish American Heritage Month. Many of us, as you can see, are here today because it has become quite important given a lot of the conversation that's taking place in society, and I know that took place in this very room at your last trustees meeting last month. I also attended on March 24th, 2021, when again I want to tell you thank you for your adopting the internationally recognized definition, IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Back then we did that via Zoom, and I spoke to you via Zoom. Today I get to do this in person. So again, gratitude for having done the right thing in 2021, and again, I very much appreciate you agendizing this today, as well as agenda item 3.3 for Asian Pacific Islander Desi Heritage Month. These are all important groups that need to unfortunately be recognized because we're not the majorities in our society. And Last month, I know we had the disruptors here, and I'm asking you, please do not abide messages of hate. As the previous gentleman, Ken said, or Mendel said, hate and intolerance for all communities has no place, especially here at LBCC. So once again, thank you very much, and I will leave the rest of my time to the next speaker.
Thank you. Matthew?
Hi, my name is Matthew Simmons, and I've lived in the Long Beach area for over 30 years, and just want to express my appreciation and thanks to the Board of Trustees for putting forth a resolution to recognize May as Jewish Heritage Month. And across social media, across Twitter, TikTok, all of the different social media sites, there's instances after instances of anti-Semitism across many university and college campuses. And so I really commend the board to recognize May as the Jewish Heritage Month in light of all the anti-Semitism, where students are being blocked access from classrooms, where there's physical assaults, where many Jews do not feel safe, where many Jews are keeping their identities a secret, because they feel that things are not safe. And by recognizing May as the Jewish Heritage Month, it helps empower, Jews, it helps us be proud of who we are and our background. And so I just want to thank you for shining a light. I feel it is a dark period for what's happening in America. And I see you guys as shining a light that moves us in the right direction. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to give a second bite at the apple in case Jordan and Adam arrived. All right. Thank you to our speakers. We're going to move on to item 2.7, any reordering of the agenda. Do my colleagues wish to reorder the agenda? All right, we're going to go to section 3, item 3.1. We have a special recognition today. Kevin Duenas-Ortiz, the Jack Kent Cook Undergraduate Transfer Scholarship recipient. This is a recognition. We are allowing for trustee comments, and we do have brief remarks from the recipient, and then we will take a photo. So I need to read a statement. The Jack Kent Cook Foundation awards a highly competitive scholarship to exceptionally talented community college students who have financial need. The aim of the scholarship is for recipients to complete their undergraduate educations with as little student debt as possible. The award, which is last dollar funding after all institutional aid, can provide as much as $55,000 per year for the 2 or 3 years needed to complete a bachelor's degree. Additionally, Cook scholars are welcomed into the thriving Cook community and network, receive comprehensive educational and career advising, and are eligible for internship and graduate school funding from the foundation. I proudly announce that LBCC student Kevin Duenas-Ortiz has been named a 2024 Cook Undergraduate Transfer Scholar. Kevin has been selected as one of 60 students in the country to receive this prestigious scholarship. Kevin was selected from a nationwide pool of nearly 1,700 applicants based on academic achievement, unmet financial need, persistence, and leadership. Congratulations, Kevin. We are so proud of you and all that you've achieved throughout your time at LBCC. Kevin, before we invite you to the podium, I'm going to ask if my colleagues would like to make any remarks, and then we'd love to hear from you, and then we're going to go down and let me see. Hold on. I think, do you mind waiting? Are you in a hurry? Do you have class tonight? All right, because I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get through 2 resolutions, so when we go down, we can all take the photo at the same time. Do you mind? All right, sounds good. My colleagues like to say anything? All right. Vice President Dr. Baxter?
Yes, Kevin, I hope you realize how important the scholarship is, because we don't normally have a recipient every year, but we've had a lot of recipients. And so you join a very prestigious group of alumni. And I'm so proud of you because this really means you're really something. Because not everybody gets this scholarship. It isn't, it's really very, very selective. So congratulations. May I ask you what your major is? Yeah. Psychology. Good for you. Okay.
Trustee Ntuk?
Yeah, I too want to just congratulate you on the award. It's really prestigious. When I was a student 25 years ago, I applied for the scholarship and didn't get it. So it's really great that another Long Beach City College student got it. And really, we're entrusting you as you go forward, that we support you in your journey for your academic and career goals. And you're an example of what's possible at Long Beach City College to get this prestigious award. And I don't know if you knew Jack Kent Cooke, he used to own the Lakers back in the day. So interesting factoid.
Trustee Zia?
Yes, congratulations, a big mazel tov to you. This is a lot of shekels, $55,000 per year. So that's a big deal and very competitive. I'm so proud of you. Also, that you're going to be able to represent us proudly when you matriculate for your bachelor's degree. So big congratulations from all of us, and myself included. Thank you for making us proud.
I echo my colleagues' remarks to you and congratulations, and to let you know how proud we are, and you've made Long Beach City College very proud. And also, hopefully, you will take that scholarship and do many, many great big things, and that someday you remember this and you pay it forward for another deserving student. So thank you, and come on up. Let's hear a few words from you.
Hello. I am a bit nervous. I'm not sure why. Hello, good evening, LBCC members and leadership. I am honored to be here today. For any new faces, my name is Kevin Duenas Ortiz, and I just want to say thank you for this recognition. This entire journey has been quite surreal, and I'm still trying to digest everything. However, I do want to emphasize that this recognition is not solely based on my hard work or leadership. It is the outcome of a strong support system. It is the outcome of my mother's sacrifice. It is the outcome of perseverance in the midst of domestic violence. It is the outcome of a supportive immigrant family. It is the outcome of immigrants being able to pursue higher education. In high school, I developed a profound love for leadership. I served as the class president, the multicultural club treasurer. I was part of ASB with 2 roles, had an internship with the district at an elementary school as a mentor for the elementary students, among other things. At LBCC, I've had the privilege of serving as a Viking volunteer officer, the chair for the Viking Activities Council, and the president and vice president of the Honors Club, among other things. I am forever grateful for LBCC and all of its resources. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the successful systems placed at LBCC. And I am happy to announce that I will be attending UCLA with psychology as my academic major, with the ultimate goal of becoming a clinical psychologist. Thank you.
Kevin, that is outstanding. Congratulations. Sit tight for just a little bit, and then we're going to take a photo with you. All right, we're going to move on to item 3.2, which is why many of our guests are here. This is a resolution in recognition of Jewish American Heritage Month. I will need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 052224D, recognizing Jewish American Heritage Month as submitted. I did hear a motion from Trustee Zia and a second from Trustee Ntuk. Madam Secretary?
Student Trustee Mineta?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Sorry, Trustee Zia. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Trustee Zia, sorry about that.
President Malauulu, thank you. First of all, I want to thank the public who are here tonight. There are so many of you. It warms my heart. Thank you for accepting my invitation. coming here and wearing your kippas, your yarmulkes proud, bringing your, I'm gonna try not to get emotional here, I've really practiced, but to no avail, bringing the Israeli flag proud and really representing us. It's important as one of your 2 Jewish elected officials in Long Beach, for me personally, to have this representation. I also know that we have the Israel-American Council, Ms. Inbal Greenberg, and her delegation who are here tonight. We have Jewish Long Beach representatives, many of you who have been going through, this shared trauma that we've been experiencing since October 7th, and the second worst tragedy in our community since we had the Holocaust. Some of the things that were said and have been said has been, frankly, not just derogatory and offensive, but misinformation about our community, and it's been proliferating. And I think that as the Jewish community, at least from my aspect, I have a duty to repair the world, tikkun olam, and also educate. Sometimes I think there's a lot of misconceptions about our community because they don't understand who we are, what we believe. We don't go around proselytizing what our beliefs are. It's actually bad form to do that, and we just want to be left alone a lot of the times. But that kind of creates uncertainty and vagueness that makes it susceptible for hate and attack. It may contribute to that. And a lot of people have taken advantage of that, especially since October 7th. For example, the word Zionism has been completely viewed as something dirty and awful, and a lot of us have contracted to thinking that we don't matter, or maybe Jewish lives don't matter. And I just want everyone to know that we are human beings as well. Our lives matter too. And when Hamas attacked our communities, I've had loved ones in Sderot that I couldn't get a hold of. Imagine if it was your kin. Just forget about Jewish, Arab, American, Iranian, who I am one. Imagine you can't get a hold of your loved ones. And finally, they're accounted for. And that's been our experience. It's been an experience of trauma and re-traumatizing. And then on top of that, we've had to be dealing with the misinformation that has been propagating, whether or not it's intentional or not. I'm not going to get into that. But it's hurtful. It adds to our pain. A lot of us have loved ones who have hostages still. An attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. And the last time I've seen on these campuses, I feel like we have to say something about it. And I'm so appreciative that the community came here today and can debunk some of these issues and some of these propaganda that was stated. I went and saw, for those of you who want to be educated, like what exactly is it to be Jewish or a Jew? You could be an atheist Jew, you can be a Buddhist Jew, you're still Jewish. I highly recommend reading Noah Tishby's book and with Emmanuel Acho, Uncomfortable Conversation with a Jew. She really elucidates what our community is about, what are some of the myths, and a lot of these anti-Semitic tropes that have been propagated. I highly recommend it, and I really thank my colleagues for standing with the Jewish community by passing this resolution. I was proud to champion the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's definition of anti-Semitism so we can have a common set of definitions on the term. We are not we don't have a genocidal regime in Israel. That is inaccurate. There has been so much that was said last time. Sure, we want ceasefire, but give us our hostages back. Give our loved ones back. it's not intellectually complicated to condemn both. And they have families and their lives matter too. So with that, I really appreciate this agenda item for the 4th year, I believe. And this year is special and significant and somber for us. And let us honor the families who are grieving right now or who don't know where their loved ones are. And let's pray that they will come back home to their loved ones. And let's pray for peace. I stand with my community and all the peace-loving community members who advocate for peace for the region and the world. And again, I want to say that all lives matter and Jewish lives matter and Am Yisrael Chai. And what that means is that, throughout the years, we've been subjected to being marginalized and targeted, and we have prevailed. I am someone who had her bat mitzvah on top of the mountain Matzara. And Matzara, if you don't know, is a mountain where a lot of Jews, they agreed to not be killed at the hands of the Romans. And when you go on top of Matzara, when you yell Am Yisrael Chai, it comes back to you, it bounces back to you. And I want a message for our community that we shall overcome this as well, and we will prevail as we always have. And again, Am Yisrael Chai. Today, tomorrow, forever.
Thank you, Trustee Zia. Is there any other member of our board? Thank you. We are going to go on to item 3.3 on the agenda, which is another. Oh, I apologize. Madam Secretary,
I'm
vote,
sorry,
please.
President Malauulu, I think there are speakers on the item who are going to be speaking on the resolution, if
We
okay.
will. Let's do the vote, and then we'll have some speakers. Oh, actually, we had the speakers already. We have on the agenda.
I believe the kind of like what we did with our last resolution, we had 2 segments where we had the speakers on the item speak again. So that was kind of what my understanding was and what I told, I think, the president of the Jewish Federation.
So yes, I do see that on the agenda. We're going to take the vote first. Madam Secretary will take the vote, and then we will have our guest return to the podium.
Student Trustee Manetta?
Aye.
Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk? Sunny Zia?
Aye.
Motion carries. Congratulations. And at this time, this is Mr. Richard Marcus, President, Jewish Long Beach. Welcome.
So thank you, Superintendent President Dr. Munoz and the Board of Trustees. On behalf of Jewish Long Beach, we are deeply honored by the passing of this resolution. My name is Richard Marcus, and I'm president of the Board of Directors of Jewish Long Beach. I'm also a professor specializing in international politics here at Cal State Long Beach. My paternal great-grandmother came to the US as part of a wave of hundreds of thousands fleeing violent expulsion from Russia at the end of the 19th century. And my maternal grandmother came to the US at the age of 17 after her family was slaughtered on their Hungarian farm, and she walked 531 miles from that farm to Genoa and made her way to the United States. My parents grew up in poverty in New York, and my sister and I were the first in our family to receive college degrees. So you can imagine what it meant for my family when I received a PhD. I feel like I carry that around like a giant balloon lifting up my family in some way, and I know some of you can relate to that. This is a story that is typical for many American Jews. Jewish people have been expelled from nearly every country in Europe. And in addition, 12% of families in our greater Long Beach community share a very similar story, but coming from Iraq, Morocco, Yemen, Iran, Syria, Kurdistan, Algeria, Lebanon, and for 3,000 uninterrupted years, Israel. There is amazing diversity in our nearly 37,000 people living in Jewish households in greater Long Beach. In addition to Middle Eastern, it is now almost 1 in 5 young Jewish people in greater Long Beach who identify as Black or Latino. Long Beach not just celebrates its diversity, it holds it, it nurtures it, and it grows it with purpose. And LBCC is one of our cities, in fact, our region's most critical intellectual generators. It's a force in shaping all of us and a beacon for the next generation. And you are all here to borrow from the LBCC mission, to empower students and give them voice and agency in shaping their society and world in an environment that is caring, supportive, and inclusive. In DEI, we often talk about this in the context of who has the right to define us. We discuss how we use tools such as emphasizing your interest in the respondent's self-identity and describing an issue from the respondent's point of view, and the dangers of conflating identity categories. Yet we live in a time when these basics are under attack from both the left and the right. Today, I constantly hear about unthinkable trauma and traumatic incidents for Jewish Americans in Long Beach Unified School District, at the university, and in their places of work. Yet at the same time, I'm reminded, to borrow a quote from Lord Rabbi Jonathan Sacks, anti-Semitism is never ultimately about Jews. It is about a profound human failure to accept the fact that we are diverse and must create space for diversity if we are to preserve our humanity. LBCC has successfully used its long history of empathy, thoughtful understanding, and creating space for diversity to preserve our humanity in this very way. We thank you for years of recognition of Jewish Americans in our community, for hearing Jewish Americans, for passing the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, and most of all, for your leadership in making this a place for us all to thrive together. Toda mikol chalev.
Thank you. At this time, we are going to move on to item 3.3 on the agenda, which is another resolution. This is recognizing Asian Pacific Islander Desi Heritage Month. I will need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 0522224C, recognizing Asian Pacific Islander Desi Heritage Month as submitted.
So moved.
Second.
We've got a motion by Trustee Zia, second by Trustee Dr. Baxter. Any discussion? I would just like to thank, for this resolution and the previous one, all staff for all the work they do in developing these resolutions. And if, for the benefit of the public, these are attached on board docs for the agendas. If you would take a moment to read through them, they are really well done, very thorough, and include a lot of detail. Both the Jewish American Heritage Month and the Asian Pacific Islander Desi Month resolutions are just really well done. Madam Secretary, roll call vote, please.
Student Trustee Manetta?
Aye.
Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk? Aye. Sunny Zia?
Aye.
Motion carries. And now we're going to take about a 5-minute break. The board will go down. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I apologize. We have a speaker. I apologize. We have our affinity group members, Lulu Amante, Kimberly Kasuga, Jonathan Tejeda, and Aaron Murphy, who will come to the podium to share a few remarks about this resolution. And then after that, we'll take a photo.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Munoz, and campus leaders. Hello, ni hao, nei ho, nong ho. My name is 我的名字是张乐娜 Laura Zhang, and I am an Outreach and Recruitment Specialist for the High School Matriculation Office here at LBCC, and I am one of the co-chairs of the Asian Pacific Islander Desi Heritage Month Planning Committee.
My name is Erin Murphy, and I'm a Director of Special Projects in the Office of Innovation at LBCC. I'm also a member of the APID Affinity Group as an ally, and I was honored to be selected to serve as a co-chair of the APID Heritage Month Planning Committee. With Laura, we'd like to acknowledge the other members of the Planning Committee whose hard work and dedication helped make this year's APID Heritage Month possible.
We would also like to recognize the inaugural board of LBCC's APID Affinity Group, our chair, Lulu Amante Tapua, Vice Chair Mia Tabayongyang, Secretary Kim Kasuga, and Treasurer Judy Quilliton. This year's theme is Advancing Leaders Through Innovation, which is the national theme. During the month of May, our goal has been to provide a platform for all our different APID communities to acknowledge our elders, celebrate our diverse cultures, and support our leaders of tomorrow. We in the APID community have a long history of innovation.
We would also like to share some data about LBCC's APID community. Asian, Filipino, and Pacific Islander students make up about 12% of the student population. APID full-time faculty represent 14% of total faculty, and part-time faculty are 18% APID. For our classified professionals, 17% identify as APID, and that is the same 17% for managers and administrators.
Here are some of the highlights of this month's events. We kicked off the month of May on the month of APID kickoff on May 2nd with remarks from Board President Vivian Malauulu and Dr. Douglas, delicious Filipino cuisine, taiko drummers, a cultural fashion show, a student dance performance, and a student jazz trio led by Kenny Evangelista. On May 6th, we welcomed Dr. Araxi Yi, a Khmer American scholar and former first-generation student who is a professor at California State University, Fresno. Her presentation was titled Beyond a Legacy of Firsts, Homemaking in Academia as a Khmer American Daughter and Scholar. We thank Ethnic Studies Professor Vanna Nuok for bringing Dr. Yi to campus. And on May 9th, the APID Club's Night Market shared APID diversity and richness in culture through APID-themed cuisine as a fundraiser to support their activities. Thank you to Club Advisor Alex Luong for that evening. That evening, we also had Mana Idol, a karaoke party with Hawaiian food coordinated by our colleague Dimitri Gugu.
And on May 13th, we welcomed to campus the Filipino Migrant Center, who screened a short documentary film in partnership with Ethnic Studies professor Dr. Stephanie Lira. On May 14th, we partnered with Workforce Development to feature a panel of APID professionals from a variety of fields sharing their insights about getting a job and navigating their career paths. On May 16th, our colleague Bree Pinkerton took the lead in organizing Sip and Paint, an event celebrating art, conversation, self-care, and creativity at LAC, while at the Pacific Coast campus, ASB hosted a screening of the animated film Big Hero 6 in the PCC Student Union. English professor Jason Ong hosted two very special Meet Your Village events with tea tasting, egg rolls, and poetry at the PCC Horticulture Garden on May 20th and at LAC's Building P Courtyard today. And the class of 2024 was celebrated at the APID graduation celebration on May 18th.
Thank you for adopting this board resolution recognizing APID Heritage Month. We appreciate the district's support for making LBCC a place where APID community members can grow and succeed. Thank you. She she, mkoi, tote, ja ja.
Thank you. As your resident kind of Samoan, talofa and fafetai lava. That's about all the Asian Pacific Islander I got. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute quick break, and we will take photos with our student honoree and then the two groups who are here for the resolution. Thank you all for being patient. All right, everybody, let's go ahead and bring it back together. We do have one more item in section 3, item 3.4. This is a resolution regarding board member absence. I do need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution 052224H, authorizing compensation to board member Dr. Virginia Baxter for the meeting of April 17th, 2024, from which she was absent as submitted. California Education Code Section 72024D provides that a member may be paid for any meeting when absent if the board, by resolution, duly adopted and included in its minutes, finds that at the time of the meeting, he or she is performing services outside the meeting for the community college district. He or she was ill or on jury duty, or the absence was due to a hardship deemed acceptable by the board. The compensation shall be a charge against the funds of the district.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by trustee Untuck, a second by trustee Zia. Any discussion on the item? And just for the benefit of the public, Dr. Baxter's absence was due to a flight delay. She was actually en route and scheduled to be at the meeting, and her flight was delayed. And by the time she arrived, we had already adjourned. It was a record short meeting that day. Of course, as luck would have it. All right, any additional discussion on the item? Okay, Madam Secretary.
Student trustee Manetta?
Aye.
Virginia Baxter, abstain? Yeah, abstain. I'll put you abstain. Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk? Sunny Zia?
Aye.
Motion carries. Dr. Baxter, I'll need to see like a boarding pass or something.
No, can I just explain? I was on my way from Paris, and the plane left 3 hours late. And when you're going from east to west, you're going against the jet stream, and they cannot make up time. Actually, we were more than 3 hours late when we arrived, so I intended to be here.
Thank you, Dr. Baxter. Section 4 on the agenda, item 4.1, ASB President Report. Coco DeBard.
Good evening. So to start, our ASB elections were last week with a record 3 candidates running for ASB president. Results were announced last Friday, and we are so excited for what's in store next year. This past Monday, we hosted our annual ASB banquet. Carrying on with our high numbers, we had record attendance. And we swore in our 2024 to 2025 cabinet, including our incoming president, Shamonique Harris, our incoming student trustee, G. Gonzalez, and they are both looking forward to starting their terms in the next coming year, or years, oh my gosh, months, not years. I'm thinking on national terms, it's my bad. Yesterday in the A Quad, during our summer kickoff event, myself and the student trustee distributed boxes of emergency contraceptives to students in need. This is part of an overall initiative to break down stereotypes surrounding sexual health for students and thus provide accessible resources in a low-pressure atmosphere. Altogether, we distributed 30 boxes yesterday, and we will be tabling again tomorrow on PCC in the EE Quad from 1 to 2. Finally, our own Rep of Arts was part of a student-led mental health art show on May 9th in the art building on LAC. Students enjoyed refreshments and engaged with paintings on display and their artists. And that's my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Coco. And congratulations to our ASB for having so many candidates. That's amazing. I look forward to next year. Item 4.2, our student trustee report. Emma Manetta.
Thank you and good evening. As you all know, I have been leading ribbon skirt making workshops. It's a series that is being funded by an auxiliary grant that I wrote on behalf of the Native American Indigenous Collaborative here on campus. So far, participants have created panels, and they've learned how to use a sewing machine all for the first time. Ribbon skirts are a symbol of resilience and protection, and they are a source of visibility for our communities. So I look forward to seeing some ribbon skirts at this year's commencement ceremony. As ASB President Coco Dobard mentioned, I obtained 320 Plan B tablets from the Plan B company. They have an initiative where they are donating emergency contraceptives. And so on April 24th, we tabled at the Public Health Fair where we distributed literature about what emergency contraceptive is and what it is not. And yesterday, we distributed Plan B tablets and had very similar conversations. A lot of students expressed their gratitude to have emergency contraceptive be so accessible, and most importantly, be free, so expensive. And yeah, there's also going to be Plan B in the SGIC as well, with fact sheets in both English and Spanish that are open to anyone to grab. I've also reached out to the Rio Hondo College Pride Center, and I've helped them secure 100 Plan B tablets for their students as well. That will also be readily available. This initiative was incredibly important to me in a post-Dobbs world, and the current California state protected protection that's afforded to reproductive health care. I just think it's very important that we as a campus, as a community, uphold this environment as well to make sure that students are informed, that they know that there is accessibility available on campus, and most of all, that they know that they have a choice in a very low pressure environment. I also met with the Intercultural Alliance, ICA, and we discussed the importance of having NAGPRA committees established on community college campuses, especially when construction is occurring. And we talked about the need for a tribal liaison, and that being a first step, because it's important that we not only maintain but approach relations with the original stewards of this land, the Tongva Gabrielino, in a manner that's guided with respect and humility. So that was a conversation that we started. And then on May 10th, we had the first LBCC recognized Native American graduation celebration, which members of our dais had attended, so thank you for attending, meant a lot. We had drummers, we had a keynote speaker, Brian Friedro, who talked about rites of passage, since that was the theme of our celebration. We honored community members with their own exclusive Native LBCC merch. Graduates were honored with a feather tassel, medicine bundles, and land back flags that were generously gifted by the Indian Collective. Shout out to them. We also recognized 4 community members with the blanket wrapping ceremony. And I want to emphasize that this event was created and developed by students, and the day of show was also ran and led by students. It was a really amazing experience being on the council last year, and our summer solstice was our first unofficial, but to us very official, Native American graduation celebration. So I was really honored and just grateful to be a part of the experience and see the transformation as it was recognized officially by our campus. That's all for my report, and I look forward to seeing many of you at our general commencement on June 6th.
Thank you, Emma. Item 4.3, Academic Senate President Report, Dr. Jerome Hunt.
Good evening, Board President Malauulu, Superintendent President Munoz, distinguished board members and colleagues. I have a number of exciting updates to share with you this evening. I'll start with the student learning outcomes. Work continues to be implemented on some of the ISLO actions recommended by the committee, approved by the curriculum committee, and presented to the board last year. Additionally, course student learning outcomes and institutional student learning outcomes assessment cycles have been updated to a 3-year cycle instead of a 2-year cycle to provide more meaningful implementation of actions to close equity gaps and improve student learning across campus. In terms of guided pathways, the Society and Education team is providing a flex credit opportunity next week on May 28th from 3 to 4 p.m. via Zoom. The topic will be about ungrading practices and how faculty can implement them in their courses. In terms of online education, I would like to give a special thanks to Michael Robertson, Colin Williams, and Tierra Hortra, who have worked to offer enhanced support materials for our 8-week faculty of all teaching modalities. Most recently, they have worked to update our 8-week course design resource book, and it has been updated to include workshop recordings of our 8-week PD trainings that we had the last couple of weeks, more equity-minded materials, and considerations for specific face-to-face teaching practices. In terms of the honors program, on Thursday evening, the honors program will hold its annual honors banquet. At the banquet, 44 graduating students will be recognized as presidential scholars. This is the highest award granted by the honors program. It is given to students that earn this honor have completed all requirements of the honors program and have maintained a GPA of at least 3.75. Some of the students will be attending and transferring to UCLA, UCI, UC Santa Barbara, UC Berkeley, CSU LB, and the University of Michigan, among others. In terms of the curriculum committee, this year the curriculum committee has engaged in meaningful work to help faculty and administration prepare for updates related to AB 928 and AB 1111, Title V updates to the associate's degree, and potential future local bachelor's degree programs. To assist in sharing information, the ASCCC statewide Senate Curriculum Committee's co-chairs offered a 2-hour presentation and Q&A session to our local curriculum committee. The LBCC chairs of our curriculum and subcommittees will also be attending and presenting at the statewide Senate's Curriculum Institute in July. Finally, the committee would like to thank the board and the campus leadership for all of your support as they design and maintain courses and program curriculum. In terms of faculty professional development, the Vision Research Center for Faculty Flex Credit has arrived. Now all faculty can apply and track their flex hours electronically via the Chancellor's Office online platform. A heartfelt thank you to Stephanie Schultz, the FPD Senior Office Assistant, Laura Ventala, and Wendy King Lopez and Olet for their collaboration on this endeavor. To date, FPD has over 1,500 Flex Credit events recorded along with LBCC faculty, completing well over 5,800 hours of faculty professional development. The Faculty Diversity Internship Program graduation is going to be taking place next Wednesday, May 29th. And then finally, our full-time faculty cohort, who is entitled to 23+V, will be having their final College Culture Friday this Friday morning in the Bistro. If you are free, please stop by and congratulate the cohort on completing their first year and their first year of the tenure review process. In terms of student equity, the Student Equity Subcommittee will be notifying those who have been awarded equity mini-grants sometime next week. And in conclusion, I would like to thank all of our amazing faculty members for their tireless dedication to our students and to the college. I hope that you all have a great remainder of your semester. I look forward to seeing all of you on the best day of the year, which is commencement, where we get to recognize and celebrate the accomplishments of our outstanding students. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hunt. Now we will go on to item 4.4, Classified Senate President Report, Benjamin Chase.
Thank you, Dario. So as you can see in front of you, greatness is on the clock. So this was from the NFL draft, and it brought to my mind to think about my colleagues at Long Beach City College and think about all the greatness that we do have at Long Beach. I just want to do a special thank you and shout out to my amazing and wonderful colleagues that work in the Child Development Center and our amazing facilities team members. Thank you for all of your dedicated work for us. The newest member of my team that you saw in the picture just before that was Ashley Williams from Strong Workforce. She is our treasurer, serving out the 23 to 25 term for it. Some of the photos you're going to see are some of the events that we've been at this year, and you can see us representing. Thank you, Casey. I love the jerseys from what you've had for the teams before. That's where we've been able to show out and show up and have a chance to show our pride for Long Beach City College and also get to know one another better and to share in that. And I appreciate that opportunity. As you can see here, you saw Laura earlier tonight. She's part of our matriculation high school outreach team. Many of the folks you see in front of you are newer colleagues for it, so they're folks you'll see around and representing us out in the community. Tristan, you should remember him. He was from the APID kickoff, and he was the one dancing the most in the video for it. The School of Language, Arts, and Communication, thank you ladies for submitting the photo for it. I appreciate you all for it. Two of them also serve on the Classified Senate Council, and Sharon and Gina Montefar for that. And here's a great photo of the Student Affairs team meeting, kind of saying farewell to the Nordic Lounge because the E-building will soon be no longer for us until it's rebuilt for that. So it was kind of cool to have the photo kind of memorializing that. Here's a photo near and dear to my heart. So I was part of this year's Promotional Success Academy. We're the original cohort for that. So I want to thank Loy and his team for creating a situation for us to learn more about the college and potential promotional opportunities at the school for it. Here's the OLET team for online learning and educational technology for it. As you can see, their creativity takes over. They preferred their Bitmojis versus having actual photos for it. And as you talked about Laura, she likes cats, so you can see that there for it. Lulu, who we spoke about before, Early College Initiatives, and the LBUSD team for it with Lupe as well in the photo. COSA team here, Renee is the one that you can't see in there. Big shout out to him for getting because I'm taking Access currently, and I didn't have access to the Geometrics test, and so he got a code for me to be able to get it done. So thank you again, Renee, for taking care of that for it. Up next is a wonderful scholarship office. That's, can I go back to that one for a second? Sorry, thank you for it. So Tracy, Shira, and Megan, and shout out to Megan, her birthday is this Friday for it. And this is from the Sneaker Ball. Thank you, Jerome, for having a great, wonderful event that we were able to attend. I realize my foot doesn't look as big in this picture, so I appreciate that for a change, because normally it's like the giant foot in the picture. The Emoja team and April have a video available for us dancing at it, so it's out there for it. GradFest, thank you, President Munoz, for the paletas for it. We thoroughly enjoyed those again for the event. And I just want to say thank you to the former members of the Classified Senate Council who served prior to me taking over or with me for the last year, because I haven't really had a chance to say that to them. Big shout out to Cece Sadler, past president, for that, and Jimmy Flowers, Sunday Dominguez, and Mickey Motley. This is a reminder that we have the ongoing student exhibition in Building K for the Arts Gallery for it, and they will have an award ceremony and closing reception on Saturday, June 1st from 1 to 3 p.m. And just a reminder about 2 of the summer events that we have planned for the Classified. We're taking 60 colleagues and family and friends to the Disney 80s and 90s celebration and concert. And then we have 30 going to India RE in August. I want to close, when I was doing all my preparation, I almost forgot about what's coming up this weekend, Memorial Day for it. So I just want to say, in honor of Memorial Day, we are forever grateful for the ultimate sacrifice of those who died for our country. May their courage and dedication never be forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin. Item 4.5, LBCC-FA, Bargaining President Report, Suzanne Engelhardt.
Try not to multitask. Okay, sorry about that. Let me see. Okay, good evening. We have a full 5 minutes this evening, and I hope for some leniency and time for the presentations. I am the full-time Faculty Association President. It is my pleasure to introduce 2 faculty department heads, Peter Knapp from Visual Performing Arts and Cultural Program, and Kobe Mordazadeh, sorry I messed up your last name there, from Family and Consumer Studies. One quick note of business before Peter comes up and speaks. I would like to meet with the board trustee president about some anti-union practices regarding unilateral contract interpretations and implementations by the district. I look forward to your response to my request to meet. So it is my pleasure, though, for some pleasantries. Peter Knapp.
Thank you very much for this time. Of course, the first highlight to note is the amazing new Performing Arts Center, which will be ready for classes in spring 26. We are very focused on making sure that this space is filled as much as possible and as often as possible with students, community, and amazing performances, both educationally and artistically. To that end, through excellent collaboration between students, staff, faculty, and the leadership of our dean, Dr. Janae Hund, Meet the Arts brought over 400 Long Beach High School students directly to our campus to experience our programs in person, seeing and hearing our dance, theater, and music students and faculty in multiple classrooms across the complex to give them a taste of what experiences and opportunities they can have here. In 2022, the CTE commercial music program returned in fall. Enrollments doubled in the first year alone, and as we head towards the new building, we plan to double enrollments at least again. The SoCal Marching Band Contest from students all over Southern California brought over 2,600 high school students to LBCC. The Wind Ensemble Festival in March brought over 600 local high school students to our campus. We are already planning numerous special events to ramp up enrollments and engagement, including making musical theater a regular part of our curriculum and calendar, creating a student concerto competition to award and celebrate excellence, and hosting regular fundraising showcases for all three of our programs. Other notable accomplishments: Theater's Anna in the Tropics, participating in the Kennedy Center competition with 4 students nominated for awards. The dance programs performed at the American College Dance Association Conference. 3 dance faculty trained and performed in Africa during summer 2023, and recently also some faculty and students traveled with our own Dr. Munoz to Cuba. The Jazz Vocal Ensemble won Downbeat Magazine's Best Undergraduate Performance at the CSU LB Festival. The Choral Ensemble participated in festivals at several local universities, including USC, Chapman, and CSU Fullerton. Performances by all of our programs at multiple campus events, special events such as Black History, Women's History, APID, State of the College, and commencements. This semester alone, we had 14 sophomore music recitals. Finally, close to 60% of available performing arts courses are scheduled this fall using the new 8-week model. In December, we launched our success plan with the department-wide meetings to discuss success metrics, including our individual data, identifying challenges, and laying out next step action items. We continued this effort in March with a Teaching and Learning Center workshop focused on restructuring courses for the 8-week model. We continue to offer dual enrollment courses at Browning High School and plan to offer more as justified by enrollment opportunities and success metrics. Thank you for your support.
About what?
Hi, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Grace Gonzalez, and I'm actually a proud graduate from the nutrition program, which is a part of the Family and Consumer Studies department. Our department is composed of 2 very proud programs, nutrition and fashion. I have my department head here, Professor Maritzadeh, along with fashion professor Mark Martinez. So just a brief overview of the Nutrition and Dietetics program. Nutrition and Dietetics is actually one of the fastest growing industries in our economic sector. And one of the reasons is because people are always looking for well-trained healthcare professionals, and our school provides that to the community. Our program offers different degrees and certificates ranging from an associate for transfer, which is what I'm pursuing right now, to certificates of completion, non-credit certificates. One of the strongest attributes for our program is our industry partnerships. We're actually able to provide our students who are going through the program with hands-on training, which is so invaluable. It gets them ready to enter the workforce. It gets them connections. Oftentimes, our students are hired on the spot to their programs that they're doing their hours with. And a lot of these programs are actually run by former graduates of our program. LBCC is the current major supplier of nutrition professionals in the Southern California area. Overall, we have an increase in course enrollment. One of our most popular GE classes, Nutrition 20, has a great success rate of 74%. We have on average 600 students enroll every semester. We offer the course fall, spring, summer, winter, with a great 85% fill rate, which is only going up every semester. We have some great things in progress right now, including a new GE course, Nutrition 22, which will focus on food and culture in America. And then we also have new certificate programs, including breastfeeding and nutrition and child nutrition management. All of these are very hot topics and in-demand certificates and programs. And then just to close it out, this is how I got involved as a student. I was very proud to be part of this program. I participated in various tabling events, always really promoting the program, promoting the profession, and just proud to be a part of it. And now here's Mark to talk about fashion.
Yeah, let's talk fashion. Okay, so, sorry. Okay, we are having our fashion show, Age of Aquarius. It's our 39th fashion show. It's at the LAC Aquatic Center. The runway is going to stretch across the pool, 40 student designers involved. We hope to see you all there. It's this Saturday at 7 p.m. Enrollments, Fash 32. This is History of Fashion, our only Cal Getsy approved GE course. Our enrollments are doubling since I started here 2 years ago, and mostly it's non-majors. We have strong enrollments in courses that are articulated to the CSU in our major, Fash 36, 25, and 10. Fashion 11 is our new course, Sustainability and Ethics in Fashion. It's articulated with Cal Poly Pomona, and we hope to get further articulations. Really important in our industry to talk about sustainability. We have 4 new non-credit courses effective fall 24, all dealing with digital design. And we are creating a non-credit certificate for all of those courses. We're also updating our design certificates, so we have stacked design certificates. We're a very big, broad discipline, and so students can do a 1-year program, get out and be really job ready, or they can stay for a 2nd year and be the most prepared they could probably be without getting a bachelor's degree. Some program developments. You hired me 2 years ago, thank you. And I am a pattern making and fashion history discipline expert. They don't usually hire pattern makers, so I'm really excited for this opportunity. Also, I'm doing a strong workforce project to make size and gender inclusive sewing projects with instructions and video content. And also, we're very much preparing mentally, emotionally for the new B building. You've given us an opportunity to have a beautiful program with multiple labs, and we're gonna deliver something so gorgeous. This is a picture from Parsons, and they're gonna cry a little bit when they see our labs, if they see our labs. But anyway, we will invite you to go there and just like, I don't know, sit and pet our sewing machines. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sure my colleagues on the board agree with me that we really appreciate your enthusiasm. That's just fantastic. All right, item 4.6, AFT Bargaining President Report, Robert Remeda.
Good evening, President Malulu, Superintendent Nunez, esteemed board members and members of the dais, and our Long Beach community. This is Classified Appreciation Week, so our big luncheon for the year is this Friday, which we've, I think, made abundantly clear to everyone, but I just want to repeat it. You're all welcome, and we hope to see all of you there. It's the end of the year where we try to appreciate classified, and I, as a classified, appreciate all that's happening. This is put on by the Personnel Commission. They sponsor this particular event. So it's done with a joint committee between Human Resources and the AFT Union. And we look forward to this event all year long because it just shows how much the district cares about our employees, and we really appreciate that. And since we're talking about employees, you mentioned earlier, Jerome Thomas is retiring after so many dedicated years, so he can actually go pursue something like, I don't know, photography. I have another employee that's been here for the last 4 decades that is ending his career next month, and that's Johnny Compion. He's been around a long time and seen a lot of changes, and you know, over time, these individuals that I both know well are just why the new generations are here and the changes that are happening. These are the pillars that started that, just so the next generation can come up and become something more. So thank you for your time. I wish you a happy week and look forward to seeing you on Friday. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 4.7, the Certificated Hourly Instructors Bargaining President Report, Crystal Huckabee. All right, we're going to move on to section 5 on the agenda. This is our Superintendent President Report, item 5.1. Dr. Munoz.
Thank you, Board President Malauulu. Good evening, Board of Trustees, campus community. It is my great pleasure to provide you with updates for this month. Long Beach City College recently celebrated the grand opening of our new Black Student Success Center. Let's watch a quick video of the ribbon cutting ceremony.
Welcome to Long Beach City College, where we're unveiling our first Black Student Success Center today.
Today's grand opening marks a momentous occasion in the history of Long Beach City College, as we officially open our new Black Student Success Center.
At Long Beach City College, Black Student Success Center is the place and the space where our students feel that they're valued, supported, and celebrated.
Truly am thrilled to be here to welcome you for this historic event.
We are running toward creating a more inclusive space
because we believe it is not only the right thing to do, but the necessary thing to do.
So this is the catalyzation process of institutionalizing the changes, but there's more to do. We are not at the mountaintop today, right? But we are up the hill farther along than we were.
Let us not lose sight of how important this historic event is, and let's continue in the struggle together.
And we are here to show that African American and Black students do truly belong at Long Beach City College.
So the center has only been open a few weeks, and it is already a thriving and busy place for our students. So I encourage you to stop by the first floor of the L building to visit our new student center. And I want to give a big thanks to Dr. Alicia Kirkwood, who I know is in the back, as well as Dr. Rainier Freeman and Angela Folks for making this dream a reality. Thank you. The following week, we celebrated the opening of the new North Long Beach Higher Education Center. The center is another collaborative effort between the City of Long Beach and LBCC and demonstrates our commitment to providing access to education to our entire community. Here's a brief video about this wonderful day.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mike Munoz, Superintendent President of Long Beach City College, and we're today for our grand opening of our North Long Beach Higher Education Center. This center represents a new chapter in our community's journey towards accessible education.
So today's festivities are centered around the concept of equity and ensuring access of LBCC's amazing educational programs and services and resources to the community in North Long Beach.
It's not just about education, it's about empowerment and growth for our entire community.
This is a great milestone for the North Long Beach community that really represents breaking down barriers to higher education and the spirit of collaboration between the city and Long Beach City College.
We rally around ideas that invest in our community, uplift our community, and make sure that we are consistently getting what we need.
We will provide resources that they need here, access that they need here, to make their educational goals attainable.
Go LBCC.
So residents can access education and career resources, tuition-free, non-credit courses, small business support services, and workforce training opportunities that cater to diverse needs and aspirations. This project has been really near and dear to so many. Our board, as we know, took a bold position a couple years ago to reprioritize some of our Measure LB funds to support the efforts in North Long Beach. And so a big shout out to our Board of Trustees and a special thanks to Trustee Intuck. It is very exciting to have the center finally open to the community. May is Asian Pacific Islander Desi Heritage Month, and we got to recognize our planning committee earlier during the resolutions section of the agenda. But this year's kickoff included LBCC's dancers, musicians, and taiko drummers. There was also a fashion show featuring both student and employees dressed in their cultural attire. LBCC hosted the 6th annual Men of Color Leadership Conference last month. It was a very special day to set the theme of celebrating first with engaging speakers and workshops, along with networking and community resource opportunities. I would like to thank conference co-chairs Jose Gutierrez and Dr. Devon Scott for an incredible day. We also had the opportunity to unveil a new piece of public art at LBCC located at the PCC campus. I know Dr. Baxter, I should have said PC campus, but at PCC in the corridor between the AA and BB buildings. The new mural is entitled Rising Tides, Facing the Waves of Social and Environmental Change, and was created by the 3B Collective. If you haven't had an opportunity to walk the hall, it is really a spectacular mural. I also want to acknowledge Dr. Alicia Kirkwood and the Public Arts Committee for really prioritizing this project. Great work, everyone. So this past weekend, once again, we had a lot of fun with more than 50 LBCC family members who participated in Long Beach Pride Parade. Thank you to all of the colleagues and students who took the time out of their Sunday to walk down Ocean Boulevard and represent LBCC. I also want to recognize the many LBCC honor students who participated in the Honors Transfer Council of California Research Conference on April 20th. Elaine Peralta was honored with the Exemplary Achievement Award. 12 other students also presented original research findings at the conference. Very proud of our students. I also had the opportunity to join LBCC students and colleagues last month for our first ever in-depth cultural immersion program to Cuba. The sights, the tastes, and the fellowship on the excursion to Havana and Trinidad was inspiring. Here's a video of our Cuba trip.
Hi, I'm Natalie Cruz. I'm graduating spring 2025, and come take a trip with me to Cuba. So I had the opportunity to go to Cuba, and it was amazing. I was with some faculty members and students, so it was a blast to have them around. I never really traveled out of California, so that was my first time out of California, and it was a long trip. I think some things that we learned from over there was just how people are so welcome, so nice to us, and when they found out that we were from the US, they were just so honored to be in our presence, but it was just, I felt the other way around. I felt so honored to be around them, and I felt so blessed to find so welcoming, nice, kind people there. I had the best time there with faculty and with students there. If you had the opportunity to go to Cuba, I highly suggest that you guys go. It's an awesome experience to see their culture, to see the history behind Cuba, and just to see the music, to eat the good food, and to dance. Thank you, Long Beach City College, for giving me the opportunity to go to Cuba.
Awesome, yes. I also want to take a moment to extend a deep congratulations to some amazing faculty members who accomplished a very huge educational milestone this past semester. Please join me in congratulating Dr. Leslie Forehand, Dr. Andrina Lucero, and Dr. Devan Scott, who recently defended their doctorate dissertations. Congratulations to those 3 faculty members. This past weekend, LBCC continued the tradition of celebrating our diverse community with various cultural graduation celebrations. These events provide students, family, and LBCC community members with an opportunity to celebrate their academic achievements and the unique flavors of their specific cultures. Let's take a quick look at a video highlighting these great ceremonies. And now we prepare for the culmination of the year, the best day of the year, in fact, commencement. We look forward to seeing all of you on Thursday, June 6th at 4 p.m. at Veterans Stadium. Our keynote speaker will be local singer, actress, and advocate, as well as LBCC alumnus, Jennifer Kumiyama. And this concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Munoz. That was great. And the video, that was the one that students worked on, right? So I think you forgot to mention that. If you could let them know that some of the students who went on the Cuba trip actually produced that, so it makes it even better.
Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, so our student leaders who attended was part of the Cuba delegation expressed that they wanted to work on a video that captured and reflected their experience. So thank you for that.
That's talent. So thank you, everybody. All right, we're going to move on. Actually, we have another item in this section, item 5.2, which is new and or revised board policy, chapter 1, the district board policy 1200-1200, first reading. This is strictly a first reading, BP 1200 revised. First reading replaces BP 1002. No corresponding AP, and for the benefit of the public, it is attached on board docs. Section 6 on the agenda are presentations. We do have one presentation, item 6.1, the 2024 Facilities Master Plan Update. We do have a presentation with Deborah Shepley, principal at Gensler, will present the 2024 Facilities Master Plan Update. Just for the benefit of the public, this is a presentation. A formal vote on Facilities Master Plan Update in Section 12 will happen with the Admin and Business Services item later in the agenda. Welcome, Deborah.
Thank you and good evening. It's my pleasure to be here today to present to you your 2024 Facilities Master Plan Update. This Facilities Master Plan describes a vision for the future for your district and your campuses across the district. It is founded by your vision, your mission, and your strategic goals. And it represents many months of collaboration, consultation, analysis, engagement, exploration, and the recommendations that are in this plan are the result of all that entire planning process. This Facilities Master Plan was presented as a draft in January. And since then, I want to mention it was presented as a draft, and we're coming back here 3 months later and want to explain what's happened since January. Since January, there have been over 52 presentations across your campus community, both internal and external, to engage with students, faculty, and staff, and community leaders and other leaders to share the drafts, hear comments, answer questions. And since then, we've been incorporating all the ideas into what you're seeing today in this final draft of the FMP update. We've also been putting together the document, which is what you're seeing the cover of here on the screen. And I do want to mention that the full document was attached to the board documents. What I have is a presentation not of the full document, but of a summary of the highlights. So it's a little shorter in the presentation time that we have here today. So I'll begin by giving you an overview of how the document is organized. It's organized into 4 sections. Section 1 is an introduction with a letter from the superintendent president, Dr. Munoz, which really sets the stage for the reader of the plan, of what this plan is and how important it is. It also describes LBCC today, and we'll look at that, and a full description of the planning process and the people that were involved throughout the entire process. Section 2 is really important as it establishes the framework for thinking about planning. And a lot of analysis went into coming up with that framework to develop it before we started thinking about facilities. And then that was applied at each of the 2 main campuses that we focused on in the plan. There's a full chapter on the liberal arts campus and a full chapter on the trades, technology, and community learning campus, which was exciting that it got renamed during the development of this FMP. As I mentioned, it starts with LBCC today, and it looks across the district at all of your sites and all of your campuses. Of course, highlighting your 2 main campuses, liberal arts and TTC, but it also identifies your site for Child Development Center and your new North Long Beach Higher Education Center. So these are full pages from the document, pulling them out. But again, these are highlights and there's some narrative that goes along with it. The planning process, many people were involved, so it was very participatory, but also I want to highlight that the process is very integrated. It aligned with your other planning efforts that either were completed or underway, and it was data informed. A lot of data was collected, both qualitative and quantitative, to inform the conversations related to facilities. The planning framework begins with some summary highlights from your strategic plan, because of course your mission and your vision and your strategic priorities need to inform everything that happens so that you can translate that into the development of your physical environments to make sure you're sending consistent messages to your communities, both internal and external. Through all the analysis of all the data and a lot of conversations, jumping to this part, which is most important, it's a set of facilities guiding principles. Again, that support your goals and strategies around being inclusive, supportive, about innovation and synergy. And these guiding principles were then applied to each of the campuses to be able to, a major principle was to create environments that are welcoming and engaging. So if we do that, then everyone will feel like they belong, that they're welcome, they need to be here, and that we will increase their success. Tied to that is to create environments that are supportive and caring. And related to that is to make sure that services, essential student support services, are not only available, but also visible, so students can find them. To connect and unite areas of your campus, to strengthen the connections across the campus, and to improve wayfinding so it's more intuitive and easier to find your way around, and of course, improve access to programs and services. And of course, being responsible stewards of resources. And that has to do with resources in all sense of the term, facilities, energy, land, and specifically noted to look at your aged, oldest, most inefficient and underperforming facilities and to address those space, to either renovate or replace, and in the process to right size so that you can improve your efficiency. So a couple of highlights from the chapter on the liberal arts campus. As mentioned, we started by analyzing the existing conditions. So we looked at first your physical campus. And this is your existing campus today with the permanent buildings in black, and we identified the portable buildings in red because long-term the portable buildings will be removed, functions will move to permanent locations. Then we looked at two important things. This one highlights the age of buildings. So there's quite a broad range of age of buildings on your campus, from the oldest buildings that were built in the 30s and 40s to the newest buildings that are in the dark blue that were built in the 20s. Now, many of your older buildings have been renovated and are in good condition, but some are still in need of attention. So the next slide is a really important one as well, because it's not only just the age, it's about the condition. So at this slide is the Facilities Condition Index slide. And a score is assigned by the Chancellor's Office. And the score is based on the physical condition of the building, an evaluation of the building systems, access, and seismic issues related to making sure they're all up to code. So looking at that holistically, the buildings were then given a rating and a score, and the buildings that are in green are in very good condition. The ones that are in yellow are in fair condition. There's probably a couple of things that need to be improved. But the buildings that are in the dark orange or red on the screen are buildings that need a lot of attention. And careful consideration needs to be looked at, and that was definitely considered in the development of this facilities master plan. Many of them are being addressed already, but there are some that are still needing to be addressed. And so that evolved into this plan, which represents a long-range vision for the liberal arts campus. And you're seeing a combination of buildings on our colors and buildings on here. So the black buildings are existing buildings to remain. The blue buildings are new buildings that are either planned, in design, in construction, or to be planned. So there's a mixture of buildings that are currently underway, like the new G building, Building E, the College Center, those are currently underway, and then your stadium and athletic sports complex, So projects that are funded moving forward. There's some projects that are in line for state funding, like Building B that we heard about earlier. And then there are several other buildings that represent the holistic picture with a full build-out plan, including, and I'll highlight some of them, is what will be a new welcome center to create that first wonderful welcoming and arrival experience on Clark Avenue with an arrival and a drop-off, and begin the educational journey for your students or visitors to the campus. That ties to a reconstruction of Building A into a cultural center and student affairs area. There'll be a new science and nursing building, a growing program, and they'll have appropriate facilities for that. There's a new library learning resource center, and this is along Carson, which will be wonderful to improve access and to balance the campus out as well, and to highlight that to your community. There's 2 phases of housing, one that's currently underway, and then a future phase 2 of housing, which is called the Student Village, opposite Lou Davis, opposite the Stadium and Sports Complex. And then some additional renovations I'd like to point out is to the K Building for the arts, and bringing Child Development Center back on campus into a renovated building. Yeah, it's very exciting, and that was talked about a lot during the engagement, how important that was. And then you see a lot of improvements to the site to help connect and unite the campus and improve the navigation and wayfinding. So that is a complete, comprehensive physical transformation of your campus, building on the wonderful things you have, but knitting it together and completing it. Each of these projects that are shown on the plan tie back to the guiding principles which support your vision and mission strategic priorities. They're all listed here. These are your facilities plan projects, and you can see they support 2 or more of the guiding principles to, again, show that interconnectedness, how this plan is integrated and tied to supporting what's important to LBCC. So now, moving to your TTC campus, we have a similar set of diagrams beginning with the existing campus. And on here, we've highlighted part of the construction trades complex that's currently under construction in the blue bubble. We also looked at age of facilities here, and the oldest buildings were constructed in the 1930s, but many have been renovated. That's the little R symbol that's on them. And then the newest buildings that were built in the 20s, your parking structure, and when construction trades building is done, that will be completed in the 20s. Similarly, we looked at a facilities condition index. Looking at the score, you can see the majority of buildings here are green, in good condition. There's a couple that are in fair condition, needing some attention, and then there are a few of your smaller buildings around horticulture that do need attention. And that's such a wonderful area. It became part of a focus for the recommendations. So here's the build-out future vision for your TTC campus. And again, I'd like to highlight the buildings. I'll start with the buildings that are in blue. One of the very exciting projects that evolved out of the process was the development of a new arrival experience, a new gateway entry and drive into the, as you arrive on campus, and then easily, right in front of you, easy to find and very welcoming would be the new Welcome Center. So there's a little bit of a theme between the 2 campuses, and it ties to creating welcoming and inviting campuses. So in that Welcome Center will be those first contact services that are so important that people are looking for when they come to campus. It will also frame what will be enhancements to the existing quad. That quad is so wonderful, but it will be knitted together and become a wonderful outdoor room with space for large gatherings and small. There'll be a new amphitheater, and is just a wonderful asset that you have on campus. And opposite the Welcome Center, there'll be a new gateway and facility for horticulture. So that will serve as an entrance to the wonderful gardens that people love on campus. There are some proposed renovations as well, indicated in the purple. And then development of the outdoor spaces as well. Each one of these projects also are linked back to your guiding principles to show the integration and to explain a little bit more about the why for each project as you look at it. So as I mentioned at the start, there were a lot of engagement sessions that took place over the last 3 months. And here's a list of them, the groups that were presented to, the student groups, the faculty groups, the staff, the alumni and community groups, and the administrative groups and leaders. So these are some of the highlights of the comments that were heard from the groups. There's a lot of enthusiasm. So we wanted to include some of these in this slide that people, and there were multiples about these. We picked out the ones that were mentioned multiple times. So people really appreciated and saw the thought that went into the planning process. And not only thinking about sequencing, but also, and looking at buildings, but also in the walking paths to the parking, and people were impressed. A lot of excitement about the welcome centers on both campuses. Excited to see how that will translate and help students succeed in their studies and prepare them to transfer. And I'll read just one more, although you can all read them, but I appreciate that the college is moving in a more welcoming and open direction, and it's wonderful to see that that is really clearly transparent in the plan and the recommendations. So that is a summary of the highlights and of your 2024 Facilities Master Plan update.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Trustee Baxter?
Yes, hi. First of all, I want to say I am thrilled to see that the Child Development Center is coming back on campus. That's been something I've been a thorn in my side for a long, long time. But that being said, where is the bookstore going to be? Because it appears on the map that it's taking place at the bookstore.
Thank you for asking. There's been some discussion about the bookstore and where's the best location and how big does it need to be, because so many of your books are online.
Right.
So the discussion was to put it in a more accessible central place, perhaps in the reconstruction of Building A.
Okay.
Or it could be in the Welcome Center, but in that zone, so it's more central, there's more traffic, and it can be sized appropriately to have the right materials that students are looking for.
Okay, because the reason it was moved there, they said, is because they didn't want trucks going through campus, and that's why it was put on the peripheral part of the college. Did that come up at all?
No, but when I mentioned it could be in Building A or in the Welcome Center has direct vehicular access.
Okay,
so that
the
could
Welcome
work.
Center would be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to make that clear. I always felt it could have been in O2, which has great parking. If you're going to go there, you're going to go there. And there's a lot of empty space in O2, but that's my 3 cents worth. But yeah, the Welcome Center would be fine.
Trustee Ante?
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. I attended one of the presentations that happened here on campus in the last few months, and it's good to get the feedback and show people what's possible and what's planned and what's some of our limitations are longer term versus short term. So I really appreciate that. One item I noticed on there, it didn't have the Small Business Development Center on Pine listed as a facility. Is that because it's independently operated, or is it not, we don't own the land there?
Yeah, we don't, I don't believe we own that land there, so that's, go ahead, Dr. Munoz.
So my understanding, and I would ask Melissa or Dr. West to jump in, but my understanding is that there's we operate less than 49% of the facility, so it's not considered our facility, otherwise DSA would kick in, and so we have to be very transparent that we only, inhabit, I don't know if inhabit's the right word, but I'm gonna say inhabit less than 50%, utilize, there we go. We utilize less than 50% of the building. Otherwise, all these other issues would occur.
Okay, I understand. So that's why it's not part of the facility master plan. Is there any other parcels or facilities like that that's not on? Or is that the only unique? The Child Development Center offsite is ours.
I do know that we do offer courses throughout you know,
I guess in the
at
parks.
parks or at different schools and whatnot, but we wouldn't consider them necessarily as part of our facilities.
Okay, thanks for the explanation and clarification. Thank you for the presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, President Malulu. I apologize. I may have missed this in your presentation. I stepped out, couldn't wait any longer. But did you cover the seismic elements as well? So if you could just maybe reiterate some of the questions I had from the January meeting. Was that how's this seismic safety of our buildings taken into account for our planning, and is it, it's my understanding that this is seismic requirements in the building codes and seismic hazard estimates have changed significantly in years, so I'd just like to understand that, and then the seismic upgrade of different facilities, how are they prioritized? Is it based on seismic risk and other factors? If so, what are they? And then a couple other touch points on that. What our current level of seismic risk for our campuses, like the UC and the Cal State campuses, they have, I believe, an annualized casualties, cost, and downtime assessment that they've expressed in those terms in a, also in terms of like the risk of injury to an individual on campus. I know we look at it namely from an architectural standpoint, but from this is the engineer and me, from like seismic and implementation side, I'd like to better understand what are those factors in our safety policy when we're planning these items, kind of akin to the UC system. They have a policy and how we're protecting the safety of our students, faculty, and administration from seismic aspect beyond the architectural planning side. So if you can help clarify that for me, I appreciate it.
Trustee Z, I'll take that question. So as Deborah shared in the presentation slide deck, each year we submit to the state building condition reports. This is done every October. Our facilities team look at ceilings, roofs, access. We look at work orders that were within facilities. We look at furniture, carpet, and seismic. We look at all of those conditions and do assessment reports and submit to the state those reports. And on the presentation that Deborah had, she talked about those buildings that were in red, those ones that were in green, and the ones that were in yellow. Seismic's part of that. It's a critical part of each one of those. It's not spelled out specifically out, but it's embedded in that process where the state kind of looks at our buildings and what conditions have changed, what codes have changed, and then evaluates kind of those condition of the building and gives us kind of that blueprint as we go forward. In addition, as you know, we have DSA, the Division of State Architects. Every time we go forward with a new renovation, every time we are looking for changing a space or modifying a space, those DSA codes kind of kick in, and we're required to not only, again, look at seismic, but also accessibility to those spaces, passive travel, even spaces outside of those buildings, from parking spaces into those buildings throughout the entire campus. So there's checks and balances throughout the year. So we too have a yearly process, again, in October that we do. We have it through DSA, kind of those connections within the system. And we have really a strong kind of embedded piece, and that was the blueprint that we used as we move forward to try and look and highlight those buildings to make sure that our students are safe. We're a little different than the UC and CSU. Again, we plug into Fusion, which is in the California Community College system. That's where all that information's housed. And from that same database, just so you know, and the trustees know, all of that information and data is used for the Chancellor's Office to advocate for additional funds for us and scheduled maintenance and instructional equipment. That information and data is critical for us as we go forward and helps us get and leverage additional funds for the college. Did I cover it, Deborah? Is there anything else?
Yeah, and I would just want to add that all those buildings that were red, and they were red related to seismic, and they needed attention, they are all getting attention, and they're all addressed in this 2024 update.
Okay, so is that based on a disaggregate information specific to seismic, or is it part of an amalgamation of other touch points that gets factored in and accounted for in totality?
Seismic is one of the conditions in all of those lists. So seismic and what the codes are and what the needs are of those spaces. All of the buildings, when they're built, they're up to code. That's what DSA does, is it certifies that that building at that moment in time is up to code. When you go back into that building to begin to make changes to it, that's when new codes kind of kick in. And so that's what that process does. And we too, I believe we were part of came in on the tail end when I arrived here at LBCC of the conversation about the stadium. We had thought at the time that we would be able to renovate the stadium based on kind of the seismic conditions of the stadium. We realized with changing codes and with the spalling concrete and changing conditions of that area that a renovation just wasn't going to be possible. So that's where we flipped and we said, wow, we've got to now go to a new facility versus a renovation, which kind of changed that dynamic. So we're evaluating those with each project that comes forward. So as we looked at a possibility of a renovation of Building C, for example, it's not really an option. It's going to be cost prohibitive for us to renovate Building C. It would be better to demolish and rebuild given. And so that's what's included in the plan.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you providing a very thoughtful response, Chip. Thank you. And to you as well. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, thank you, Deborah. I appreciate all the information you provided. I see Hakeem standing there behind you. Are you also included in the presentation? All right.
Board President Malou, if I could just say
Yes.
one thing. The board, as you mentioned today, will look to approve this as the blueprint as we move forward. The next step is in June. We were going to bring back all of these projects. We're going to bring them back with timelines. We're going to bring them back with estimated costs. You're going to see all of that information and the work that's been done, and the layout is really quite incredible. I've never, in doing this work for 20 years in facilities, I've never had spreadsheets and materials and a blueprint for building that I've ever seen before that we're going to bring back to you in June. You'll be able to look at that and have the board reflect on that and say, are we right? Is this correct over June and July? And our hope is to then, in August, have you approve that plan and sequence of projects going forward.
Excellent. I look forward to that. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. We have item 7.2 on deck, the resolution ordering the biennial governing board election November 5th, 2024 for trustees areas 2 and 4. That's area 2 is mine, area 4 is trustee Chico's. This is an action item. I'll need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 0522224A, ordering biennial governing board election, trustees areas 2 and 4 on November 5th, 2024, and setting forth the specifications of the election order as submitted. Pursuant to the provisions of the California Education Code and the Election Code, the Board of Trustees must adopt a resolution ordering a governing board member election and setting forth the specifications of the election order scheduled for November 5th, 2024. The resolution will be submitted to the Los Angeles County Office of Education as well as the Los Angeles County Registrar Recorder County Clerk. The Los Angeles County Registrar Recorder's Office will have additional information available prior to the November 5th, 2024 election, such as calendar of events and candidate handbook at lavote.gov. I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by trustee Zia, second by trustee Untuck. Any discussion? Madam Secretary.
Student trustee Manetta. Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 7.3, resolution candidate statements governing board member election November 5th, 2024. This is an action item. I'll need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 052224B pertaining to candidate statements for the November 5th, 2024 governing board member election as submitted.
So moved.
Second.
One second. Pursuant to California Election Code 13307, the Board of Trustees is responsible to establish the length and method of payment for candidate statements. And I'll need the motion and the second, please.
So moved.
All right, we've got a motion by trustee Untuck, second by Dr. Baxter. Any discussion? Madam Secretary, I realize that I did skip an item. I turned the page and there was another page attached to it. So, Madam Secretary, if we can take a vote on this item, and then I'll go back to 7.1.
Okay, I just want to clarify. Did we change the motion to Ntuck and seconded by Baxter for 7.3? Am I?
Because I think I originally made the motion.
All right, Trustee Zia with the motion and Trustee Baxter with the second.
No,
Trustee Ntuck with the second. Thank you for clarifying that. Sorry, Dr. Munoz sent me a note about the 7.1. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuck.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. And now I apologize, we're going to go back to item 7.1. The way my agenda is, I flipped the page and it was 2 pages, so I apologize for that. There's not intentional at all. So would any of my colleagues like to volunteer to go first? All right, Trustee Baxter with the board report.
I am happy to go first. First of all, I want to say that for some reason I've been traveling a great deal, and so I was gone the beginning of April to London and then to Normandy for the celebration of the 80th anniversary of D-Day, and that was an exciting trip. And so I didn't come back until April 19th, where I participated in the steel beam signing of the new G building. It was exciting to see things going up, and all the, what I loved the best was all the participation of not only people on campus, but the unions and everybody else, and so that was great. Then on the 20th, April 20th, I attended the dance concert. It was fabulous, very, very impressive, and congratulations to Stephanie Powell for putting on a wonderful end of the year concert. On April 22nd, I had a Helping Homeless Students Board meeting. On the 24th, I attended the Public Health Fair, and that was really interesting. And I was so glad that I went, because I visited a number of tables, and there was presentations by the new head of the Public Health Department for the City of Long Beach, and she gave an excellent presentation. And so I was glad I was there. Then I left again for 3 weeks, and then have come back and had another Helping Homeless Students Board meeting. Then on the 21st, I attended the Senior of the Year Luncheon, which honored Don Kanabe, former LA County Supervisor, and Robin Gordon Peterson, who is on the Personnel Commission, but also on the Homeless Committee, and also a member of Rotary, and a very, very deserving person to be recognized. On that same day, then I attended the Legislative Day, and I want to congratulate Dr. Hunt, who put on an outstanding, I know all people, but you coordinated, different ideas of how the campus can be. I loved it because I love to think about the future and how we can make it better, especially with equity. And so it was very, very well done. And then last night I went to the President's Circle event at Gaucho Grill that was very well attended and very well done. And then today I was at the Pride flag raising. Very important that we recognize Harvey Milk and what he accomplished during his lifetime, and actually even more because of his death. And then also attended the Rotary Scholarship meeting. Then lastly, I wanted to adjourn the meeting in memory of Phil Schrottman. Phil Schrottman was a business professor here for 35 years. He was very involved on campus. He was probably most famous for being the sponsor of Tong Men's organization. He really cared about the college. He was an alum, and he was an outstanding business professor. His classes were always full. I always wished I would have taken his class because he really made it relevant, how to read a stock perspective, things like that you could use every day, but unfortunately I never did. I assume that there'll be a memorial this summer when there's more time to plan it and put it together, and I'll keep you posted on that. But so if we could have the meeting adjourned in memory of Professor Phil Schrottman.
Thank you, Dr. Baxter.
And look, I got a minute 12.
There you go. Trustee Ntuk or Trustee Zia? We're gonna go to, all right, Trustee Ntuk.
Yeah, very busy past 30 days. Just some really, I think, some highlights of things that have been several years in the making. Notably, the North Long Beach Center opening that happened maybe about, I guess, 2 weeks ago. It was in Dr. Munoz's report. Just very well attended, such positive feedback from the community. I want to thank everybody for organizing. We had good turnout from the college. You know, all the folks that participated in the painting of the mural ahead of time were there, and it was just a really uplifting event. And so really thank you, Melissa, and everyone else who helped organize that day. It was really an outstanding day in recognition. Additionally, the Black Student Success Center opening was another effort that, you know, comes out of the action of the board several years ago on the framework for reconciliation, looking to address our historical underinvestment and discrimination of Black students and helping to close the Black student achievement gap. It was just also another great turnout, very positive event. Just, you know, I was kind of surprised, the overwhelming just support on campus and from the community, that something that we've talked about and been pushing for several years to finally to get happen. And really just another really great day. And if you haven't had a chance to go see the mural there on the wall, you know, has some of a mix of our local Long Beach leaders, from Dee Andrews to Snoop Dogg is on there, and you have you know, Vice President Harris and so many great leaders on there. And so it was a really nice, I think Angela called it the influence wall, to kind of influence and inspire students to see what's possible. And so that was another excellent event this past month. I was recognized this month by Long Beach State as one of their Alumni of the Year recognitions about 2 weeks ago, and really nice to be back on campus and connect with, there's so many great Long Beach State alumni in the community that, you know, until you go back on campus, you go, oh yeah, you're a Long Beach State alum. Oh yeah, you too. And it's like, you know, Glenn and Renee McDonald, you know, have been friends of mine for a long time. I forgot, like, oh yeah, they worked at Long Beach State. We've worked together over the years in so many different capacities, and just really nice, my family to be there, and you know, a little local recognition of all the work and talk about all the things that we're doing here on campus. I was able to attend the Foundation Golf Tournament kickoff. Again, great support from our stakeholders and community partners. I didn't swing any clubs, but I did get some swag and some hats and t-shirt, but it was also good, just a good time to connect. We had one of our alumni, Shay Franco from the Bay Area, come down, and her and her wife came to visit, and they actually met here at Long Beach City College some 15 years ago. But it was really nice that we did a tour, and then we went to the Foundation Golf Tournament afterwards, and just really nice to connect with so many alumni and folks at the Foundation event. And then it's the end of the year, academic year, so I want to wish everyone congratulations on those who are graduating. We had folks who earned their doctorate degree, but I know there's so much work and struggle and progress to go into getting your certificate, getting your AA degree, and transferring. And I'm really looking forward to June 6th at our big graduation ceremony, and having friends and family on campus, and just want to wish our staff and faculty the best as we close out the semester and get ready for vacations. And, you know, we'll see everybody in August again here after a couple of weeks. So just want to wish everyone congrats on the end of the academic year. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Trustee Zia?
Do you want to reset the clock? So, thank you. First of all, thank you, colleagues, for tonight, for being gracious with my emotions. And it's just such a traumatic and emotional time for me personally and my community, and I really appreciate it, and I appreciate the adoption of the resolution again for another year. I'd like to, if you can bring up the pictures, Dario. I appreciate that. As Dr. Baxter mentioned, on for April 19th, we had the raising the final beam ceremony for Building G. I want to recognize the team members, Manish, who was the project manager, and he's the gentleman next to Dr. Baxter. There's our one and only Dr. Munoz. I believe Dexter is the new PM, and then we also have Farzam, who handles the things that are really important to me personally, the cost estimate and making sure we have prudent cost engineering, and also make sure that we're getting the best bang for our buck on our bond management team. If you can go to the next one. Yeah, I just wanted to show you how, Farzam's last name is Fatih and Dexter is Dalmasio and Manish Trivedi. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your names. They're with our bond management team with Cordoba, and I wanted to give them a shout out. They're doing a fantastic job. And this is the final beam ceremony, and the tree or the plant is really for good luck. The gentleman that you see up on there, he did the splits on that beam, and it was quite a sight. I was thoroughly impressed, and I was so grateful that the gentleman whose back is to us, he recognized our union brothers and sisters and working families who are working on our project. And he was gracious enough to accept my request, and he baked it into his speech. So we had iron workers there, and we had carpenters. It made me really proud. Next picture, please. This is me and the great Dr. Baxter. There was the two of us on. I'm so glad I wasn't wearing heels. I didn't get a notification not to, but it was somehow. It was wonderful. It was in the dirt before we start getting into the building process. The next picture, I just wanted to highlight. They gave me a little insight into from the engineering side, and if I can geek it out. It made me really proud to get a perspective and a preview of the BIM building in modeling. And the lovely young lady you see there, her name is Eli Nazari. And as an Iranian American, my heart was so full with pride to see the beauty and brilliance behind what you saw. She's the one who's been modeling it, and they asked her to give me a preview, and I hope you all get a chance to get a preview of what I saw, and also Farzam. It's really difficult. I have infinite respect for them, especially with the insurmountable trials and tribulations of a travel ban and coming to the U.S. Not only as an immigrant, but also being from an embargo country and making it and being able to work on our projects as an Iranian American, it really made me proud. And I really thank our organization for those access and the opportunity given to everyone, including Iranian American professionals. The next slide, please. As Trustee Intuk mentioned, we had on May 6th, North Long Beach an Education Center opening, the open house. I want to thank my colleague, Trustee Intuk, for championing that effort and really bringing it to fruition. You're right, it was years in the making, but better late than never. So it was wonderful to see that, and it was great to see the collaboration with the city. Next slide. And on May 19, I had the great opportunity to be at the newly tenured faculty event. And it's the faculty that was there. There were two faculty being honored. William Vega is the gentleman who I was able to get a picture with. And I just want to highlight, look at that incredible smile of our superintendent president. Just from the heart, it just makes my heart warm. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to bring this picture. This is 9 years ago. I sent this picture to Dr. Munoz. this is when I first started, and I was trying to advocate for, hey, let's have a float, let's have a parade, let's have representation at the Pride Parade. This was our float back then. And as you saw in the pictures that Dr. Munoz shared, we've come a long way. And it's so wonderful to see such great representation. And it's not just in platitudes, it's meaningful, it's substantive, and it makes me proud. And I just wanted to give a shout out to our leadership, this board included in our staff for really making a difference and improvements over the past 9 years or so. And that's it. Before I conclude, if we can also adjourn, yesterday I lost my uncle to really tragic and horrible cancer. And if it's possible, I'd like to adjourn also in his name. His name is Abbas Manuchehri, and I will give that to you, President Malauulu. I'd really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And for my report, this has been a very busy month. I had originally sent Dario a couple of pictures, but I was delighted to see that they were included in Dr. Munoz's report, so I don't need to share them. Starting with Friday, April 19th, I was actually at the beam rising ceremony very early that morning. I had a schedule conflict, so I wasn't able to attend the actual event, but what I did is I went, I think it was 7 a.m., facilities teams were gracious enough to meet me there. I was able to sign. And I'm going to show a picture of that, but I'm going to show it at the end of my report. So I'm sorry I missed all of you there, but I had another event to attend that day. On Monday, the 22nd, the wonderful Black Student Success Center. Congratulations. I know that the committee who worked on that for so many years worked really hard. I appreciate the effort. Trustee Untuck, he also guided some of that effort, and I'm very grateful to have been a part of that. I think that that center will truly provide opportunities for our students, and I see it, and I've spoken to our students, and it is a place where they can matter and belong, and I think centers like that are much needed. On Wednesday, May 5th, we had the Asian Pacific Islander Desi Heritage Month celebration, another well-done celebration. I love these cultural events. I love how many people show up. I love the food that is provided, the music, the camaraderie, members of the community who attend. That's great. And then on May 6th, which was another Monday, we had the North Long Beach Higher Education Center. The mural there outside of that building is phenomenal. If you have an opportunity, the pictures do not do it justice. Please drive by and just sit there and really take it all in. Again, I am so proud, Trustee Untuck, for your leadership with that North Long Beach Higher Ed Center. That's been a work in progress for you for many years. I know a little bit about centers and how difficult it is to make it happen. So I can appreciate the fact that we celebrated the opening of 2 centers this month, the Black Student Success Center and the North Long Beach Higher Ed Center. On May the 16th, I attended the Paletas with the president, Grad Fest, on the Pacific Coast campus. And it was well attended, lots of people, great event. I love seeing the students from the Child Development Center there. And then later that evening, I went back for the public art unveiling in Building AA. Again, the pictures don't do it justice. If you just walk into that hallway and just sit there and take that mural in and the story behind it and the images that are included, it's just fantastic, the level of art that we are able to contribute to the history of this district. On the 21st, which was last night, I attended the foundation's President Circle. It was at Gaucho Grill right on the beach there, Los Alamitos. I'd never been there before. What a fantastic venue. I'm grateful for the foundation, for the leadership that they demonstrate throughout the community, bringing so many diverse people in for the benefit of our students and the scholarships. This month has been just riddled with meetings for ACCT and ALEO and various community groups that I serve. So with that, I do want to wish everyone good luck on finals. Thank all of our veterans with Memorial Day and honor them this weekend. And look forward to seeing all of you at commencement in a couple of weeks. Dario, are you able to show the 2 pictures or no? Yes, okay. So the reason why I want to show this particular picture, and Dario is a superstar because he put that circle up there. So this was very early in the morning, the day of the beam rising event. The reason I circled those workers in the back is because thanks to the project labor agreement that we were able to make happen a few years ago, these are not only local hire, but they are local hire women right here from Long Beach, and they are employees who have been hired through various apprenticeship union programs. And look at them and look at what they're doing. And I had an opportunity to speak to them, and for them to be able to come to work right here in the city where they live, and for them to be able to contribute to the construction of these buildings on campus is historic. And they would not have been able to do that without the project labor agreement. So it makes me very proud of that. And then I'm going to take a moment to brag and share with you my own personal transcript here. So in the last month, I completed my first year and started summer session of my doctoral program at ASU. As you can see, I have a 4.0 straight A's. So, but there's a story there. The reason why I'm bragging about that is because I have the opportunity to work with 17 amazing individuals, as well as Dr. Tracy Carmichael, Erin Murphy, Dr. Munoz, and this amazing team from ASU who is just refusing to let us quit. As many times as we wanted to quit, they just won't let us quit. So Dario, you can remove that, but I'm just sharing that because it is a lot of work, and I have a full-time, very demanding job that I work probably 80 hours a week, and I have a family, and my kids play sports, and we're in mayhem softball season, and yet I still go home and stay up till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning every night doing homework. So if this old lady can do it, and I just turned 50, so I'm old. If this old lady can do it, to our students, you can do it too. You can persevere, and you can work just as hard and do even more. So thank you for indulging me in that moment of boastfulness, but it's to show that we have a great support system and that anybody can do it. So thank you, everybody. And with that, we're going to move on the agenda to, I believe it's section 8. Let me make sure I'm not losing a page. Yep. We're going to the consent agenda, item 8.1. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately if a member of the Board of Trustees so requests. Any requests? All right, item 8.2, approval of the consent agenda. All agenda items listed under consent agenda may be acted upon by one motion to approve. I need a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Zia, second by Dr. Baxter. Any discussion? Madam Secretary.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Section 9 on the agenda, Human Resources, 9.1. The 2022-2023 Equal Employment Opportunity EEO Annual Certification Form. I need a motion and a second. It's an action item. That the Board of Trustees approve the Equal Employment Opportunity EEO Annual Certification Form as submitted. Again, this item is attached on board docs for your review.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Zia, second by Dr. Baxter. Any discussion? Madam Secretary.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 9.2, 2024-2027 Equal Employment Opportunity Plan. This is a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees adopt the Equal Employment Opportunity Plan for 2024-2027 as submitted. The Long Beach Community College District Equal Employment Opportunity Plan reflects the district's commitment to equal employment opportunity and the creation of an environment that is welcoming to all. As outlined in Title V, the plan serves to inform and guide the district in its commitment to equal employment opportunity, diversity, equity, and inclusion. The plan will be in place for 2024-2027 as it is revised and updated every 3 years. Pursuant to new guidelines, the plan is divided into 13 components, addressing topics relevant to diversity and inclusion, and establishes a comprehensive equal employment opportunity program for the college. The updated plan was developed over a 2-year period through the shared governance process, soliciting input from faculty, classified staff, students, and administration. Prior to submission to the board for approval, a draft plan is submitted to the Chancellor's office for review and comment. As part of the updated process, the feedback provided by the Chancellor's office is shared with the board. The feedback provided by the Chancellor's office was minimal, as the Shared Governance Advisory Committee, the Faculty and Staff Equal Opportunity Committee, spent 2 years extensively researching and updating all aspects of the plan prior to submission to the Chancellor's office. All feedback provided by the Chancellor's office was incorporated into the final version of the plan and reviewed by the Faculty and Staff Equal Opportunity Committee and shared with the College Planning Council, CPC, prior to submission of the board, to the board. I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
I've got a motion by Trustee Untuck, second by Trustee Zia. Any discussion? Madam Secretary?
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 9.3, Personnel Commission Annual Budget 2024-2025. This is a concurrence for discussion. All those, if in favor, I think that should be in favor of concurrence with the proposed fiscal year 2024-2025 Annual Personnel Commission budget, or any rejections. Just to confirm, this is not an action item?
It isn't.
Correct? Thank you. Pursuant to California Education Code Section 88073, the Personnel Commission prepares an annual budget for its operation and conducts a public hearing on that budget no later than May 30th of every year. The district's Personnel Commission has met these obligations and held a public hearing on Monday, April 22nd, 2024. The Personnel Commission adopted the 2024-2025 proposed budget at their regularly scheduled meeting on April 22nd, 2024. The Superintendent President will execute the notification of district intent to concur with or reject the proposed fiscal year 2024-2025 Personnel Commission budget. Form for submittal to the Los Angeles County Office of Education, Division of Business Advisory Services with approval by the district and the County Superintendent of Schools. The Personnel Commission budget is included in the regular district budget. All right, and I see we have some, I'm not wearing my glasses, so I can't see who that is.
No problem.
Carolyn, there you go. Well, thank you. Welcome to the podium. I should put my glasses on to see far away. Welcome and take it away.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Board President Malauulu, honorable trustees, Superintendent President Dr. Munoz, vice presidents, and members of the public. My name is Carolyn Chrétien. I'm the Executive Director for Classified Human Resources. And this evening, on behalf of the Personnel Commission, I'd like to present to you the next year's annual budget. I'd like to thank the trustees for their time this evening, and I'd like to thank Dr. Chip West and Sam Chow for their help in reviewing the PC budget. So this is pretty straightforward. I wanted to highlight that initially the adopted budget was for $698,000, but then the district provided additional funds to adjust for the 8.22% COLA. So thank you so much. For the next fiscal year, nothing out of the ordinary. We're pretty much remaining status quo for the operational budget, but you know, as you may expect, the salaries and benefits will go up. So here are the details. If you have questions on the numbers, we're projecting to have about $73,000 left at the end of the fiscal year, which will go back to the general funds. My apologies, I blanked. After this, here are the numbers. Essentially, the next year's budget will be increased by 59,000, and again, that's for salaries and benefits. And there may be a change for the COLA increase that we're waiting for. And finally, that's just the structure of the Personnel Commission staff, small but mighty, we get things done. And if you have any questions, but I hope you support and you concur with the PC budget this evening. I want to thank you again for your time, and we look forward to seeing you at Friday's appreciation luncheon.
Thank you. Any discussion or questions? Dr. Baxter?
Hi, Caroline, good evening. My question, go back, are you controlling it? Okay, go back, one more. Okay, there are 5 major expenses. So the salaries are 443, the benefits are 252. That seems too high. Aren't benefits like, is it 30%?
It's very high. I agree.
Well, I didn't know if we were paying 100%. I mean, I know all the money comes out of the same place, but that's actual. Okay.
The old days, it used to be 30. That was a good number. It's significantly higher now.
Wow.
Benefits have gone up exponentially.
They're at 56%.
Well, thank you. It was just a question because it kind of jumped out at me.
Yes.
Thanks. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Trustee Baxter, I'm sorry, Trustee Zia?
Thank you for that compliment. I wouldn't mind being Dr. Baxter. I just wanted to thank you, Carolyn. Each year you come and give such a great report, and you're so professional and so kind and just really mindful of the things that we particularly care about, and you just have it in a concise fashion. So I just wanted to thank you. I've never actually vocalize that, so I just wanted to punctuate that and just let you know how much I appreciate you and your reports. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate all the information you provide. Anyone else? All right. Thank you. We're moving on to Section 10 on the agenda, Academic Senate. Title 5, Section 53203. 10.1, no items. Section 11 on the agenda, Academic Affairs. 11.1, no items. Section 12 on the agenda, Administrative and Business Services. Item 12.1, 2023-2024 third quarter budget performance report. This is an information item and a report to keep the board and the college community informed about the status of the budget. The 2023-2024 third quarter budget performance report was prepared. An executive summary describing the major changes in the year-end projection is also provided. For the benefit of the public, this is included on board docs. Item 12.2, the 2023-2024 CCFS-311Q. This is the third quarterly financial status report. I do need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve the 2023-2024 third quarterly financial status report, CCFS-311Q, for the Long Beach Community College District and authorize transmittal of the report to the California Community College's Chancellor's Office as submitted. Title 5, Section 58310 requires California Community College districts to report quarterly on their financial condition. The attached CCFS-311Q satisfies this requirement and reflects the projected revenues and expenditures through June 30th, 2024, as well as actual activity covering July 1, 2023 through March 31, 2024.
So moved.
I've got a motion by Dr. Baxter, second by Trustee Untuck. Any discussion? Madam Secretary.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 12.3, 2024-2025 institutional memberships. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees authorize approval of district institutional memberships for 2024-2025 as submitted. The 2024-25 institutional memberships will be funded from unrestricted general fund, restricted general fund, or another fund as appropriate. And those memberships are attached on board docs.
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Baxter, second by Trustee Untuck. Any discussion? Madam Secretary?
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 12.4, resolution change order authorization under $100,000 I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 052224E to authorize the Vice President Business Services to designee to execute change orders under $100,000 as submitted. Authorizing the Vice President Business Services or designee to execute change orders under $100,000 to Public Works contracts will assist in minimizing construction delays. These change orders are presented for ratification by the board. The resolution is valid through June 30th, 2025, and needs to be renewed prior to that date to carry forward.
So moved.
I've got a motion by Dr. Baxter. Do I have a second? I will second this for the purpose of discussion. And I'm calling for discussion. I have a question. Has this been on the agenda before? Is this an annual thing, or are we making changes to how it's been before?
So this has to go down as an independent agenda item for the board meeting for you to ratify, because this is part of the restoration management invoice, final invoice to pay for the final for the cost of acquiring performance and payment bond, which we were required to do. As a reminder, we already paid the largest invoice, about $703,000. This is the final invoice at $12,644. And so this was part of the emergency agenda that we had, and so this is a little bit of a new kind of process, and that's why it's coming forward as an independent item, because we have to require that it comes forward and it's highlighted and not embedded in any other change orders.
So my question was, if that's been done before, is this the first time that we're making a change order under $100,000 just to give either you or your designee the authority to approve that, or has that come to the board before?
So this is part of the emergency condition. Go ahead. Do you want to come?
Yes, thank you. If you would please, so as a follow-up to that question, if it's been done before, is the change strictly because of delays, or is there another reason why you're asking the board to make that change?
This is an annual resolution that goes on the board agenda every May. It's an authorization for the Vice President of Administrative Business Services to approve change orders on construction projects up to $100,000 as part of our process, simply for getting through our change orders. Now, any items that are done under this, any change orders, then come to the board in ratification form on the agenda. So everything does come through the board at some point.
Got it. And the amount is the same? There's no change to the amount?
Correct.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, and it's okay if you don't know off the top of your head, because I'm putting you on the spot and you can get back to us later, but do you happen to know what a percentage or number of contracts we get that are under 100,000? Is it substantial? Is it a couple? Is it a few?
Change orders under 100,000? I do apologize. I don't have that information, but I'm happy to do that research and get back to the board.
Okay, I'm just curious to know if the amount is significant, if it's something that we should probably be paying closer attention to, if it's a one-off every now and then, or if there's 30 of them as we get closer to the end of the year.
Sure, I'd be happy to put that information together for the board.
Thank you, and thank you for stepping up to answer that. Sorry, Dr. West.
Of course.
I know that it was a last-minute question. Thank you.
Absolutely. The following two items also are annual resolutions that appear on the trustees' agenda.
Thank you. Trustee Zia?
Yes, I just, I know I sound like a dinosaur. This has been a resolution dating back to 2014, 2015, actually, when I first started. Every May, I think in 2015, it was in June 23rd, 2015. And I had consternations at the time, and over the years, it's been assuaged. And each time, thanks to our great team and under Dr. West's leadership and Bob, you as well, we've been able to look at and sunshine the detailed change orders individually per project. So I appreciate it. I'm sorry for my lack of alacrity to second or speak up on this, but this is custom and pattern practice that we've done before and has been previously vetted, and all my concerns have been addressed. So I will be voting yes on this, consistent with past practice.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Trustee Ntuk?
Can we have some additional explanation on the emergency situation? Because that is not attached or referenced in the
I
agenda.
pulled the wrong folder. I was looking at the wrong folder. Sorry. I have 3 folders here for change orders, and I pulled the wrong one. So that's why I was talking about a different one.
It's unrelated to this.
Unrelated to this.
All right, thank you, Madam Secretary.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right, we're going to go to item 12.5, resolution, disposal of district property with a collective value of under $5,000. This is an action item. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 052224F to authorize the Vice President Business Services or designee to dispose of district property as submitted.
So moved.
We've got a motion by Dr. Baxter, second by Trustee Ntuk. Any discussion? Trustee Ntuk?
Can you give some examples, or what are some items under $5,000 that would qualify or be on, it's on the asset list, inventory list?
We have a lot of, as we go through, we have furniture disposal that we have that as we're renovating spaces or furniture that out, we have old equipment, technology that gets disposed of, old televisions and yeah, outdated pieces, VCRs, ditto machines. I'm sorry. Oh, library books. Oh, yeah, lots of library books.
Don't go there.
But there's a number of them, and so we have a whole asset process. Our warehouse team kind of pulls that together. We make sure that there are rules in terms of publicly kind of putting the information out and disposing of that asset. And depending on the funding source too, there are rules with how we're allowed to dispose of that asset as well. We recently had an issue with some things that were purchased with HER funds, and there are rules with that. It was some dispensers that we were unable to use, and so we had to dispose of that property, and so we moved through in that way as well.
If a member of the public was interested in, I imagine we're selling these on, is there a website, or where does someone go to see the inventory list or?
Bob's team
items of,
oversees it, so he can speak to it. Our warehouse team, Chris Baker.
All right, any other discussion or
No, he's gonna
questions?
answer.
Oh, come on up, thank you.
Trustee Ntuk, we have several vendors that we work with, but Chip is right, or Dr. West is right, VP West. We actually work with the vendor, we list it on a public auction website, which then has users that go to it, they put in bids, and then they sell them. Anything that's not sold would then remain district property, and then we would likely come back to the board for disposal and/or donation of those items.
That was a question too, of some of our nonprofit friends out there that may be able to utilize a bookshelf or old TV. It has to go through this process first before we can donate to them?
Yeah, that is correct. We have it in our procurement manual, and it's part of our processes. Oh, you're welcome.
And I want to go on record. I want the library books, because the Lakewood Public Library will take those books and put them on their bookshelves.
Thank you, Dr. Baxter. Thank you, Bob.
Sure. As long as you pay fair market price.
All right, any additional discussion or questions? Madam Secretary?
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 12.6, resolution, liability and workers' compensation coverage for volunteers. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 052224G, adopting and declaring for the purpose of workers' compensation and liability insurance that persons authorized to perform volunteer services shall be deemed an employee of the district.
So moved.
Got a motion by Dr. Baxter, second by Trustee Ntuk. Any discussion? Madam Secretary?
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 12.7, 2024 Facilities Master Plan Update. We just had a great presentation about that. I need a motion and a second that the Board of Trustees approve the Facilities Master Plan Update as presented in Agenda Item 6.1.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Ntuk, second by Dr. Baxter. Any discussion? Madam Secretary?
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion carries. Section 13, Student Services, 13.1, no item. Section 14, Reports, item 14.1, Board Committee Reports. To my knowledge, we don't have any board committees that have met in the last month. No reports. Section 15, Public Comments on non-agenda items. We do have one. Is Oscar Augusto Goodner still here? Oscar? All right. Oscar did submit a speaker card, and he wanted to speak about the construction program. Unfortunately, he's not here. Is that you, Oscar? Yeah. Come on up. Come on up. You're up. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, he's coming up here. Oh, no. No.
Yeah, some stuff to give.
Too literal.
Welcome, Oscar.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. I'm Oscar. I'm a student in the construction program. I'm here exercising my freedom of speech to speak to you on behalf of my classmates and myself about the construction program. My classmates and I are concerned that the current curriculum is not being taught in its entirety. This creates a gap between what is promised and what is actually received, which makes us feel like we've been cheated. We're enthusiastic students who want to learn what we need to succeed in this field. We are not asking for anything out of the ordinary, just what is set forth in the curriculum. Unfortunately, this situation has led to a clash with the program representative who called me with a despotic and arrogant attitude, making me feel harassed. I've requested an investigation into the situation. While the school officials have reached out to address my concerns, the subsequent follow-ups have not produced any favorable answers to my inquiries. My classmates and I reiterate our request. We want to be taught what we're entitled to, according to what is established and legal. We do not understand why there's such a negative attitude towards our request. I have researched and discovered that these problems in the construction program are not new. I wonder then, why is it still active if it's not in optimal condition? Why are we promising education that is not fulfilled? If other students before us have expressed their dissatisfaction and nothing has been done about it, now I understand why the situation does not improve. There is a lack of empathy and humanity in the management of complaints, whose only objective should be to improve the program. The administration informed us about an investment in $500,000 in a machine for the construction program. However, as students, we have not seen any tangible benefit from this investment. This leads us to question, what was the real objective of this investment? Why is it not reflected in the quality of our education? Where is the construction program headed? What is its future? Is it planned to close, or will it continue in its current state of neglect? We deserve clear and honest answers to these questions. Another of our great concerns as students is safety. The lack of complete implementation of the curriculum raises doubts to whether the practices are carried out, comply with OSHA standards. Are the instructors certified? Who was in charge of hiring the teaching staff? What were the selection criteria? You, as representatives, have been chosen to manage this institution. And in turn, the institution is responsible for what is taught to its students, how it is taught, and ultimately, whether or not it is taught. And you are collectively responsible for how we, the students, apply what we've learned in the real world. Considering the current state of the construction program, how can we be sure that we are being prepared to do a good job? Can you imagine hiring a graduate of this program to build your house? I personally would feel scared.
Thank you, Oscar. And now Danny Freeman. Danny, come on up.
Good evening. How you all doing? Hi. My name is Donnie Freeman. I'm a student at the PCH campus in construction technologies. And I was coming today to voice a complaint I had with a class from last semester that I feel I wasn't taught the proper curriculum. and the class was Constructions 230. And looking at the course content outline, half of these things wasn't taught to the class. And there's another portion of them that were taught incorrectly. I'm currently in a concrete class right now, which is, I believe that's Construction 50. And what I've learned in that class is completely different and is actually correct after I fact checked it. And I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the board. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to move on to section 16 on the agenda. We do have a second closed session. We have 2 additional items that we still need to cover. And the time is 8:21 p.m. At the conclusion of the second closed session, we will come back to formally adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everyone. Good evening, everyone. It is 9:46 p.m. For those of you still tuned in, we are returning from closed session, and we have no reportable action. At this time, we're moving to section 17 on the agenda, which is our adjournment, 17.1. You will. Yes, the next meeting of the Board of Trustees will be held on June 26, 2024, closed session at 4:30 p.m. and open session at 5:30 p.m. Before I hit the gavel, I know that Trustee Dr. Baxter and Trustee Zia both wanted to adjourn in memory of someone's name. Did Trustee Zia leave the name when she left? Okay, so it is her uncle, and Trustee Dr. Baxter?
In memory of Phil Schrotman.
Thank you. It is now 9:47. This meeting is adjourned.